Yeah, I'm ready to go. We're the first ones to talk.
Oh, good, thanks.
Okay, hello and welcome. I'd like to call to order Lower Saucon Township's council meeting. Today's date is Wednesday, March 6, 2024, and the time is 6:33. I'd like to have a roll call, please.
Ms. DeLeon,
Here.
Mr. Benonis. Here. Mr. Caroci. Ms. Abdal-Fedora,
Here.
Ms. Ray.
Here.
And join me in standing to pledge the flag.
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, council did not meet in executive session. And moving on to public comment procedure, council has an administrative code that says the council shall determine its own rules of procedure not inconsistent with ordinance or statute. At all meetings of council, regular and special, interested citizens with legitimate matters to lay before the council shall be granted the right and privilege to address the council. The council may prescribe procedures for citizen presentation to ensure decorum at all times and to prohibit personal or insulting language, total irrelevances, and harassment, either on the part of members of the council or members of the assembly at the meeting. Council passed resolution 31-2024 on January 2nd, which I believe there's copies out in the hallway. It's a resolution of the Council of Lower Saucon Township adopting an agenda policy and code of conduct for township council meetings. We will have a 5-minute comment period relating to each agenda item after, during council's consideration of the agenda item. And then at the end of the agenda, there's a 5-minute public comment period during which comments may be received on non-agenda items. So, tonight we have a presentation and a special thank you to all the responding agencies who responded to the train derailment on Saturday, March 2nd. So thank you all for coming. And at this time, before I say remarks, I'd like to turn the meeting over to Mark Hudson, our manager.
Okay, as everyone knows, we had a train derailment the morning of March 3rd, around 7:15 a.m. I did want to read a list of all the agencies that responded to the initial call. We have the Lower Saucon Fire Rescue, Lower Saucon Police, Dewey Fire, Dewey EMS, Bethlehem Township Fire, Bethlehem Township EMS, Creedensburg Fire, Nancy Run Fire Company, Northampton County Emergency Management, Lehigh County Special Operations, Pennsylvania Water Rescue, Williams Township Fire Police, the Bethlehem City Fire Department, PennDOT, the PA Fish and Boat Commission, DEP, and EPA. Those were the initial responding agencies, state agencies to the call. Everyone would join me in a big round of applause. We have many of them with us. I also have Norfolk Southern. I requested a statement from them, and I have a statement from Norfolk Southern. I'll read that now. First, we appreciate the cooperation and support of Lower Saucon Township and the first responders with respect to the March 2nd, 2024 Norfolk Southern derailment in Lower Saucon Township, Pennsylvania. Norfolk Southern's crews and contractors have made substantial progress in cleaning up the site and have moved the derailed equipment to Norfolk Southern's property. Booms in the river will remain in place for now to make sure the small amount of diesel fuel that was released is contained and removed from the river. Our crews and contractors will remain on scene over the coming days to continue any needed activities. Any inquiries to Norfolk Southern shall be referred to media.relations@nscorp.com. And that is from Jeremy Shoemaker, Regional Executive Director and State Relations from Norfolk Southern. We are also have with us tonight to make a statement the National Transportation Safety Board, and if Ruben Pion could come up to the podium.
Good evening. My name is Ruben Peon. I'm an investigator in charge for the team that was assigned to the train derailment that happened the other day.
Put the mic up a little bit. There you go.
How's that?
Perfect.
Before I begin, on behalf of the NTSB, I'd like to thank the township and the local community for all the help they provided us. We kind of piggybacked on the railroad taking over your fire station, and the blocked roads that helped expedite our investigation and move it along quicker than we could have otherwise. So thank you very much for all your help on that. Tonight I'd like to talk a little bit about who we are, what we do, and how we do it, and then I'll try and give you an update on where we are with the investigation, if that's okay with you.
That's great, please.
All right. So, like Mr. Hudson said, I'm with the National Transportation Safety Board. The NTSB is an independent federal agency. We report directly to Congress. We are charged by Congress to investigate civil aviation, commercial space accidents, and surface transportation accidents in railroad, transit, highway, marine, pipeline. We are charged to report the facts, conditions, and circumstances relating to these accidents, and we determine the probable cause. And we issue safety recommendations that improve transportation safety. Our accident investigations focus solely on safety. The NTSB investigations do not determine blame or guilt. We also do not investigate intentional criminal acts. We have a mechanism to, if we find that, we turn it, get the FBI involved with that. Our investigative process involves several steps. The one you saw this week was the on-scene phase, where we collect perishable evidence and work with the railroads to kind of preserve it until we get here so we can collect it. After this, we continue our fact gathering through records review and follow-up interviews if there's any. And then after all our reports are done, we present our draft report to our board members, our presidentially appointed board members, and then they deliberate and adopt the final report. Our investigations typically take between 12 and 18 months. But during that time, while we're working on our investigation, if at any time we identify any issues that need to be addressed, we can issue recommendations before the final report. So we don't have to wait until the final report if we find something significant that needs to be addressed right away. So we do have that mechanism also. So that's who we are. So a little bit about the accident. So on Saturday morning, March 2nd, NTSB was notified of a train accident near Easton, Pennsylvania. NTSB investigators from our headquarters office in Washington, D.C., regional office in Sacramento, California, and Seattle, Washington were dispatched to respond to the accident scene and began arriving the same evening of the accident. Railroad investigators began reaching out to the Norfolk Southern to coordinate with them to preserve our perishable evidence. The investigation team was comprised of 4 investigators with specialties in motive power and equipment, signal and trade control, railroad operations, and human factors, or human performance, and myself as investigator in charge. This investigation is still open, so there's some areas that I can't discuss yet because we haven't developed them yet. But some preliminary information that we have collected indicates that on that Saturday morning, an eastbound intermodal train was stopped at a signal, just a red signal, just like a traffic light, when it was rear-ended by a following intermodal freight train. That rear-end collision resulted in 3 intermodal rail cars to derail, and when they derailed, they fouled the adjacent track. Less than a minute later, an approaching westbound manifest train collided with the derailed equipment that was following the second main track. The second collision resulted in 6 rail cars derailing and the 2 lead locomotives to derail and end up partially in the Lehigh River. The westbound train, the one that collided with the derailed equipment, had 3 placarded hazard materials tank cars that were part of the 6 cars that derailed. The tank cars were residue tank cars, which means empty with some material left over, and they were carrying ethanol and butane. The tank cars were not breached, and we did not find any evidence of any hazardous material commodity release. The locomotives that ended up in the river did just discharge diesel fuel as a result of the collision. The black boxes that everybody knows, those are the locomotive air recorders. We have collected those, we have acquired them, and those have been sent to our NTSB vehicle recorder lab in DC for further analysis. We were able to collect from all locomotives, from all trains. We have conducted train interviews from all 3 trains. The mechanical equipment has been inspected and examined and released. The signal system has been tested, and all the locations have been downloaded. And the Norfolk Southern, once we were able to collect our perishable evidence, we started letting the Norfolk Southern start clearing some equipment, and then laying down new track. So they were able to restore main track 1 and start running trains on Sunday at 8:30 p.m. And shortly later that day at 10:30 p.m., the second main track was open and trains began running again. The next phase for us will be the release. We're going to issue a preliminary report, and this should be within the next 15 to 20 days. It'll be posted on our website. I can provide a copy to the township if they so turn it away. And that's my presentation, and I can try and answer some questions if you have any.
Well, I want to thank you for coming tonight and explaining things to us, because it makes it, and it's nice hearing it and knowing the facts from the fact person. So, you know, that would be nice to get the reports coming up as you have them. And if we can be of any assistance, please let us know.
I appreciate it. Appreciate your time letting me come talk to you.
Okay, thank you.
Ruben, I have a question for
Yes,
you.
sir.
There have been some posts on social media, including by members of this council, as well as members of the public, to indicate that this crash was in some way caused by softening of the rail bed, from water runoff from adjacent activities that were taking place. When you described to me, it sounds to me like the accident occurred as a result of a train being stopped on the track, being rear-ended by another train, causing cars to derail, and as a result of that, a train going the opposite direction struck those cars, causing that train to further derail and put the engines of the locomotives into the river. Is that accurate?
Our preliminary information indicates that the track was not involved. We're still looking at all the other factors, but the track we have not found any issues to further investigate in that area.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that, because I think it's irresponsible for those people to suggest information that's not part of what your findings are. Thank you.
Okay, does anybody in the audience have any questions?
Yeah, is there a speed limit on those trains?
There is, not on the trains, but on the tracks themselves. The railroads can run any speed they want in accordance with federal regulations, and they're part of the DOT, Federal Railroad Administration. They set the regulations for that, and depending on the speed the railroad wants to run, they have to maintain the track to certain standards. So on that section of track, I believe it was,
30.
30?
Uh,
30 miles an hour.
I'm sorry, tracks between 40 and 30, 19 feet.
Yeah, so that section was between 30 and 40 miles an hour. There's, at the control point ahead of the accident, there was a change in speed there.
Seems like I'm running much slower now.
Sometimes they do, I mean, slower it might be because of traffic, I couldn't explain that. But you do have a speed limit, maximum speed limit.
Okay.
Ruben, I had a question. I read, and I don't know if it's on the trains or the tracks, but supposedly there are sensors in place, or supposed to be in place, so that a train realizes that there's another train up ahead, stop. Do you know if there were sensors in this situation?
It's not a sensor, it's a system. For the better part of my career with NTSB, we were advocating positive train control, which is a system that knows where every train is and is supposed to make sure there's a safety buffer between them. The system works with the signals, but once you're at restricted speed or some other speed below a threshold, the PTC system no longer enforces the train separation. It's one of the limitations of the system.
Okay, I'll
Were there
ask
people
one more
in the
question and then we'll move on.
Were there people in the locomotives, or if they weren't, were they supposed to be?
On the lead locomotives, there was a train crew on each lead locomotive.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your
I
time.
have another question before you part. I had heard from a resident of Steel City that railroad crossings in that area were recently updated, probably in the past year and a half. Can you confirm that to us? And if so, does that suggest that the sensors that were in place were the most current and most state-of-the-art to try to prevent these things from happening?
We do not have any grade crossings within the vicinity of the footprint of the derailment and collision, so we did not collect any information regarding grade crossings, high rail grade crossings.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Would the chief of police and the chief of the fire department come up? As I stated before, we had a great showing of emergency response, but it was mostly our crews were there first. Ty was one of the first ones on scene, and everyone worked fabulous together to get everything under control. The scene was gotten under control, and the fire departments and police department did a great job. So we have with us Ty Johnson, chief of the fire company, Lower Saucon Fire Rescue, and Chief Bart, Lower Saucon Township Police.
So would you like to say something?
I would just like to say that it was a joint effort on all parts, fire department, police department, and all the other entities that were involved. It went pretty well. We came out relatively unscathed for the situation. So if anything, it was a good eye-opener exercise to see what the potential hazards are in Lower Saucon. So I'd like to thank everybody that helped out. We appreciate the support.
Thank you.
I'll just add very briefly, everybody knows I've been in emergency services for a long time, 45 years, since I was 14. All I can say is, these men and women from the fire department, the police department, EMA that continually train day in and day out, their family sacrifice, they complain because they gotta go to training. This is a proven fact why training is the most important. They did it to a T from my experience, although I was there, and you couldn't ask for more from the first responders that responded to this incident. And everybody should be very proud.
Okay. I have a few words first.
this relatively unscathed. Was anybody injured?
No, nobody was injured. What I mean as far as like the hazards that could have happened, you know, you had two tank cars that derailed. Thankfully, they weren't full, but they still had a potential of some type of problem because of the residue in them. So, you know, that's what I mean by we were unscathed, because it could have been a lot worse. You know,
Absolutely.
it could have been,
East Palestine.
yeah, you know, my first thought was when we got dispatched, it came in as multiple calls for two locomotives in the river. So my initial thought is, you know, we got some type of rescue in the engines that we have to get to, so, we have a water rescue team on standby right away. And then, you know, you get to the scene and then you have rail cars, particularly tank cars, which are the worst cars you want to see rolled over. You know, not on the tracks. So, given the situation, you know, we came out in pretty good shape.
I saw some media reports, including the morning call with Tony Salamone, who's here from the morning call. It indicated that, excuse me, Nancy Run Fire Company was the first one on the scene. And I'm just a little bit confused about that. Were they in charge of the scene, or were we in charge? And if they were in charge, why were they in charge instead of us?
I was the incident commander. I was the first one on the scene. I followed our engine out of Steel City into the scene. They went on radio just as I was coming up to the firehouse. Nancy Run followed us in. They were the first ones to post pictures on social media.
I see.
So that's how the news got out so fast. We have a social media policy. We don't post pictures of incidents like that, especially while they're going on. So that's what confused me, but it was definitely not like we saw in fire rescue.
Good. And I'm just asking that only because I wanted to make sure that we were in charge. And if they were in charge, why were they? And what do we need to do to get to that level? That's, you answered my question. Thank you.
I would just add to that. Ty was in charge from the start. Then we began a unified command post with the fire department, the police department, EMA, EMS, all the other entities. Township manager responded in, and we set up a command post, and we were there from probably 8 o'clock until it broke down about 1:45 that afternoon.
Yeah. Sorry you spent your Saturday there, but thank you for what you've done.
Okay, well, I'd like to say a few words. First of all, thank everybody for attending tonight. As you know, 3 Norfolk Southern trains crashed and derailed in Lower Saucon Township, Northampton County on Saturday morning, March 2nd. I would like to thank all of you who responded to what could have been a real disaster. Kudos to all the first responders, police, EMS, everyone, and other organizations who responded to the call of duty. I saw a community come together to help in what could have been a catastrophe. No one was hurt, and no evacuations were needed. All of you did a tremendous job on the quick response to this derailment. For that, we are very thankful. We are so lucky that this was not worse. We are so proud of all of you. There were over 250 homes in Steel City, others in the Reddington area and the Bethlehem Township across the Lehigh River. I have lived in the village of Steel City since 1985, and I grew up across the street from train tracks, so I'm well familiar with railroads. Okay. It is inevitable that a derailment would happen living near railroad tracks. It just, one of these days, it's gonna happen. And it did on Saturday, and you guys were remarkable. Some of us live just a short distance from the rails. I woke up on Saturday morning to a noise around 7:10 a.m. and thought, what the heck was that? It sounded like thunder, but it was like weird thunder. And then I found out what really happened. Our greatest fear, like I said, was the horrible Ohio incident and the release of hazardous chemicals spurring out into the neighborhood. After the East Palestine train derailment, leading to the release of vinyl chloride, Executive Lamont McClure had the foresight and directed emergency management to conduct 3 training sessions to deal with the release of hazardous materials. The first responders that had this incident contained pretty quickly, which I think is a credit to the EMS and the McClure's leadership for having the training sessions to prepare you. So thank you to Lamont. We might be a small town, but you knew what to do when you needed to do it. You guys did it and did it well. And I think Lower Saucon residents should feel safe and comfortable knowing we have a great team working for us. So, with that, Lamont couldn't be here tonight, he had a previous engagement, and Bob Freeman wanted to be here tonight, but he couldn't attend also. So with that, I'd like to direct the manager to send letters out and to the appropriate, there's a list. So send letters of thank you for responding, and whatever you think.
I second the motion.
Well, it wasn't really on the agenda, I mean, for action, so we'll just direct, I think. Okay, all right. I'll make that motion.
I'll second
Second it. Victoria?
I'll
Okay.
second it.
Can we have a roll call, please? Well, actually, I forgot, we're gonna open up to the residents. Would there anybody out in the audience like to speak to this? Please come to the podium.
Hi, I'm Adam Callan, I live in Steel City. I have a question about this topic. Is this the appropriate time for it?
Question about,
This topic, the train derailment, is this the
we can
appropriate time?
answer it.
Thankfully, this time, no evacuations were needed. I'm very happy about that. But can you tell me where I can find information on the evacuation plan for Steel City, especially in the event that Riverside Drive becomes damaged or inaccessible?
I personally can't. We can get back to you on that.
Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, does council have any other questions? We can ask council. Laura?
I don't have questions, I was just gonna make a quick comment
Yes,
as
go
well. So I do also appreciate all the work that goes into coordinating this amount of people, this amount of organizations, that very quickly responded to our emergency. It's really reassuring to know that regardless of what the situation is, we have people there to support us. And this emphasized the need to continue to build and maintain our inter-community cooperation among all our neighbors. So thank you again for all our first responders, really appreciate it.
Okay, Jason?
Nothing else, thank you.
Victoria?
I did want to, again, express my gratitude to every single person that responded in any given way. And I want to reiterate to the public that not only do we have our wonderful paid police force that was there and did an exceptional job in assisting, but we have a tremendous amount of volunteers in Lower Saucon Township that stepped up and were there the first on scene and acted professional and acted like a paid fire force, and I can't thank them enough. I want to reiterate that the Lower Saucon Fire Rescue not only was there in force to make sure everybody was safe, they put their lives at risk, but also the Lower Saucon Fire Rescue Auxiliary Team showed up and they made sure that every single person had a hot lunch and had food and had drink, and that everybody responding from Northampton County to the federal agencies, to the different responding organizations from Bethlehem Township and all over the place had some food. And those are volunteers in our community, and I cannot be prouder that we have a first-rate fire company, we have a first-rate police force, and we have a first-rate group of citizens that support them. So I want to make sure everybody is aware of that we have volunteers that are doing this, that are protecting our lives and putting their lives at risk. So thank you all very, very much, and I am so happy that we're able to send a thank you to you, although it's not nearly enough.
Okay, I think we all want to go roll call, please.
Ms. Lim?
Yes.
Mr. Jonas?
Yes.
Ms. Fedora?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
And again, thank you, everybody.
I did have one public comment. I guess I should put it in between. It doesn't have anything to do with the motion. I did receive an email from Donna Louder. Let me begin by by saying thank you to all of our emergency responders who gave their time and expertise to the residents of Steel City area on March 2nd, 2024. Growing up in Steel City, the trains have always been part of the community, but this event has created an uneasy feeling every time a train is passing our area. It helps to know that we have an outstanding emergency response team at the ready. While watching the news release by Mr. McClure, it occurred to me that those who were standing with him are paid officials, with the exception of the Lower Saucon Fire Rescue Chief Ty Johnson, the exact person who shouldered the initial responsibility for the fire department's role, as well as orchestration of the emergency resources. As a former member of the Fire Services Committee, I recall talks to create a paid fire chief position in the township and feel that the March 2nd, 2024 Norfolk Southern event solidifies the need. Steel City area has the highest risk for catastrophic occurrence. Please move forward and secure the future for our township fire services. Respectfully, Donald Lauber.
Okay, thank you. Did you have any other ones?
No, that was the only one I received.
Okay, all right, then can we move on?
Yep.
Okay, moving on then, we have discussion and possible action on the grading plan reviews for individual lots. Council requested historical information on the grading ordinance and documents, and they are attached to the packet from 2020, I can never say that anymore, 20, year 2020, that's not 2020. What am I trying to say? That word, 2000, I was right. Okay, with the last update to grading in 2007. So who wants to go first with giving us background?
You do have, Matt and Eric, sorry, I apologize, did reach out, after the agenda was placed, I wanted to say a couple words again. I thought Steve would be looking to put that in here.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. Matt Manili, M-I-N-I-E-L-L-Y. We just did want to follow up based on our last meeting. We had a few things that we're hoping that we could get clarity on. Just give you a quick update on what's happened in our community in the last 2 weeks, good and bad. We'd like an update on the 3 motions that were passed at the last meeting. I think one of which is the grading plan, but there was also actions given to the solicitor to talk to our attorney and also Mr. Hudson regarding collaboration coordination with DEP. We understand that there was not just discussions with the builder, but there was actually a meeting with the builder held here at the council at this office. I don't know exactly what it was on February 20th. We were not aware of that meeting, but we would just like to know kind of what happened. And then, that's kind of another question on building. I was actually issued a building permit to do lot improvements, but ties into a question with regarding the azimuth and the lot grading issues that that Brian, I apologize, Brian, that he's gonna go over. So.
During the last meeting, we were here, we didn't tell you that we had a meeting with Charlie. We talked to them, we were waiting to get information back from them.
Okay.
So I actually did just get information from them tonight, right prior to the meeting, back from them. So that, we did talk about it at the last meeting. It was brief, but we did.
We knew there was a kind of, sorry, we knew there was a discussion. We didn't know that, I don't know, 20 people attended or 15.
Yeah, I mean, we got a group of people together to talk about it, trying to figure things
So
out.
we were hoping to get a readout as the residents and the people affected by this.
Well, we were waiting for this.
Okay, fair enough,
that
fair
came
enough.
in.
So maybe our discussion will be quick, but so.
I sent a phone call and a letter to Brian Yangalil, and I said that incorrectly, from the drinking water for DEP. I have not heard back from him.
Okay.
So, and I think Steve reached out to.
I did. I reached out to the homeowner's attorney. We scheduled a phone call. We had a phone call. We discussed what was happening at this point. It made sense at this point to not enter, to do nothing formally, but we left it as we keep each other in touch. And I think both of us agreed that that seemed the best way to go. And I reported back to council saying, you asked me to do that, and that's what I did.
We received different feedback from our council. I would just like to know that he was hoping to understand what and what items that we brought forward to this council, the township and the solicitor could collaborate on with us in a joint defense agreement, or whatever the correct legal term is. I apologize, I'm not an attorney. And what the structure of that arrangement would look like. And outside of it might not be the time yet. Those are still open-ended on his end as to what the council is allowed to do and what items they can tackle in a collaborative manner, and what that structure would look like outside of going to the front lines today. So he was, quite honestly, he was disappointed, and then he went back and watched the hour-long session 2 weeks ago to make sure that he didn't miss anything as to the intent of, I think it was Mr. Bananas who made the motion, and he felt that those discussions were a waste of time. Gary, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, Karen Macrum. Mark, you said Bertelli just responded to you?
Yeah, literally tonight.
Perfect. Do you mind sharing the nature of the response with us? I asked because based on the conversation with our attorney, we've still yet to receive any sort of specificity as to the scope of the work that Bertelli is committing to do, or a timeline. Just today, ironically, I'm working with my warranty point of contact there. He let me know at 2:17 p.m. today that a warranty request I put in, weeks ago, months ago, gentleman will be showing up at my home tomorrow. So, to which I responded, great, what time? No response for 2 hours until the response that I get was, I will try to, basically he was saying he would try to get a time. Until I sent 2 more emails to him, pressing him, informing him that I have a full-time job, a wife and a baby, so tomorrow doesn't really cut it for me. And then he finally responded 4 hours later. These are the people that you're dealing with. These are the people that we've been dealing with for, I'm coming up in about 1 year on the 29th, so I lose more or less all recourse with them. It is extremely time sensitive. They have yet to hit a timeline they've ever given me. They have consistently found excuse after excuse to not be held accountable for the contract that we signed. Last I checked, you sign a contract, you don't get to pick and choose what parts of it that you abide by. You abide by all of it, or you abide by none of it. So I beg of you, plead with all of you, please share as much information as you can with us as to what they're saying to you. Please press them for timelines. Please press them for specificity. I've given up hope because I only have 3 weeks left, but there are 4 houses that are being erected right now in our community. We have a home of a gentleman that just moved in, a family, 3 kids I think he has. Their septic just failed over the weekend, brand new home. Septics are failing in brand new homes. People cannot live without a septic tank in our community. There's hazards that are at stake here. Potential lives, safety, families, small children across the board. And they don't care. They're just putting up houses as fast as they can because they're gonna do to these people what they did to us. Please, Mark, can you please share the nature of the communication that Bertelli sent back to you as to the work that they're being done for my lot, Matt's lot. I don't even know how Matt's dealing with this. The problems when I look at it in the grand scheme of things that I'm dealing with, which they, by the way, punted on they're not dealing with my HVAC problems anymore. They've given up. They said they're gonna paint. That's all they're gonna do. They're not gonna make the noise go away, so I have to live with that. 10, 15 grand out of my pocket, end of the day, whatever, and then 30 grand if I'm ready, what's another 10 or 15? But we do have 4 homes and other homes that were built that people are occupying right now where they have a chance. They have maybe a year. My request to you is very simple. Share the information you have, shut them down. Only thing that'll stop them. Thank you.
So to Carrie's point, so if we could just go through a few things. So I just want to tell you what has happened, good and bad. So Carrie did mention another septic tank failed. I was actually on site with Scott Brown, the other day, he's the SEO that is taking over or covering for Chris Taylor while he's out on vacation. Their fix has been deployed on that septic tank. It did alarm Saturday night during the rain. The homeowner did have to essentially evacuate his family to the in-laws house in New Jersey because the tanks were overflowing. Again, called the 24-hour hotline, no one showed up until it was Monday morning at 8 o'clock where fixes were deployed. But so what's happened since? Electrical, so I do have probably the brunt of it. The power outage took out my upstairs furnace, okay, and took out my kitchen appliances. So I have not heard from David at Key Codes in over 2 weeks since his first message where they were looking into the power situation. It's really difficult to raise a child with no heat in their bedroom, and when you don't have kitchen appliances to cook for them, and you're living out of a cooler, and don't have a dishwasher and stuff. Thankfully, I do have another home in the area that is unoccupied where my wife and I actually take our dishes down every day to wash them and bring them back home. As Kerry mentioned, his HVAC issues continue. I mean, I can't hear him from my house, but quite honestly, it's 65 or 70 decibels. I don't want to, and I do feel for his family. So we did have some good news. Lot 7 was inspected by Chris. They also have this is Miss Cordero's sister, just for those playing at home. That passed on February 26th. Now, I say that, Chris had sent an email. I have an email from Chris Taylor to Rotelli on February 27th. They talk a lot about my usage for 2 people being 140 gallons a day, and that being on the low end of the spectrum in terms of gallon usage per day. So they were out at my house last Monday. They actually evacuated the tank. It's 1,250 gallons. They put cement patch in there. I didn't know this until I met with Scott Brown, but I didn't realize you can't patch cement with cement. I didn't know that. So these guys have, it seems weird, but actually if you Google, where is it? Guide to concrete adhesion. Actually, concrete doesn't have adhesive properties and it won't stick to itself. So that's not how you're supposed to fix a tank. I didn't know that either. I'm learning a hell of a lot about home building, and I could build a better home than these guys could. You're actually supposed to fix septic tank issues and cracks in concrete with epoxy. And I actually talked to the DEP up at Wilkes-Barre. Who was the gentleman's name? He was the assistant to the director. I don't have it here, but they told me that the replacements and the patching situation that they're trying to deploy isn't adequate in an active situation, right? So you actually have to deservice the tank or take the tank out of service to make sure it's dry and so forth. And when you try to patch on wet surfaces and so forth, it doesn't work. So 1,250 gallon tank, we contributed 544 gallons to it, and it was filled in 4 days. So there's a leak of over 4 gallons in our septic tank, and there's a leak of 1 gallon in the pump tank. And I know Chris, I was hoping that Chris would send updated findings. Mark, he had sent you a letter a couple weeks ago on my situation, and I was hoping he would issue an update before his vacation. I understand that may be stuck. I also understand that Hanover and you and the solicitor may have met on my septic issue yesterday, so I'd like to know what discussions happened there. But anyways, why I bring up lot 7. So lot 7, this email lays it out to the builder very clearly. So in the 3 months that I've lived there, my pump tank has discharged 42,000 gallons. Meanwhile, lot 7, Caroline Optoff, her tank has discharged 14,000 gallons. So that's, I've discharged, and she's lived there 8 months, I've lived 3. So it's 3 times the volume out of my tank in a third of the time, right? So 9 times the volume roughly. So we all thought that was good, but when you actually take the 8 months that Ms. Optoff has lived in her house with 2 to 3 residents at a time, it amounts to 61 gallons a day. So now the concern is, while it did pass the sniff test for the engineers, the concern is that it's actually leaking before it actually gets to the pump tank, because there's no way a house with 3 residents in it, 2 to 3 residents full-time, can only discharge 60 gallons a day out of the pump tank. There's a leak somewhere before it gets to the pump tank. So the numbers just, I'm a numbers guy, just, the numbers just don't add up. So, you know, I know we're supposed to talk about grading, but like, what's going on with the septic tank? We've now had a 5th failure of the septic tank at my house. The 5th patch has failed. And Brian, I don't know, I believe Chris has provided you empirical data to support that. What are we doing about it? They were supposed to be on my site on Tuesday or Monday, but they canceled because of the rain and so forth. They're supposed to be back Friday. What are we doing about my tank? You know?
Chris did put a report together before he left on vacation, but he wanted to connect with me to review it with him, and we couldn't do that before he left, so that's why it didn't go out before he left.
Okay. But have you reviewed the report? I mean, are we gonna just let these guys puncture my septic tank? At what point do we say, hey, we're the governing authority in this township? You know, play by our rules. You know, the township entered into a sewage management agreement with the builder, okay? After that was executed, the permit was issued. The builder has not complied with that agreement. He's hired contractors that are not qualified to put in these drip systems. We issued a pass, right? They were issued a pass, a passing inspection. I go flush the toilet the day I move in, and all hell breaks loose, and we're 90 days into this, and, you know, what are we doing about it? Are we doing anything? Like, you know, we've had a lot of smiles and talks and handshakes and so forth, and that's all good, and, you know, I don't disrespect anybody on this panel, but what are we gonna do about it? Am I gonna be up here in 9 months still pleading for a new septic tank? What can we do? Can you enforce the builder to give me a new tank? Because Chris actually sent a letter to them demanding that, and they gave him the international sign of unity. And here we are, 21 days later, still dealing with the same thing.
Okay, so what's the answer, Sam?
The answer is that that's well, we have an inspector who looks at those things. Ultimately, from the township standpoint, what we would have to do is, if we were going to go forward and require a new tank, we'd require the homeowner to obtain the new tank. You,
At whose expense?
pardon me, sir. You, as the homeowner, would then have to go ahead and address that and put in the new tank and so on. You would then have a right to go pursue whatever claim you have. The township has chosen, at least at this point, to try to work as collaboratively as possible with the idea that traditionally they can just go straight to the homeowner and say, this is your problem. But we have chosen not to do that.
I know, but what are we gonna, again, so it's a little bit of, I don't know, the township issued the permit, they inspected it. I don't care that there was a third party involved, the township issued a permit, said it was good, clearly wasn't, and now I'm on the hook for $35,000 to $50,000 to fix it? That's how it works?
That is what the township is trying to help.
No, is that how it works?
Ultimately, the responsible party is the homeowner. And if you were in a different township or a different place perhaps, you wouldn't be having this, I don't need to be rude about it, you just wouldn't be having this conversation. We're trying to work with you. We're trying to work and push the builder to do what we believe is the right thing to do. Unfortunately, it doesn't work as well as you would like and as fast as you would like, which I appreciate, I mean, from the homeowner's perspective. From the township perspective, it's easy to say, we don't care, this is just your problem, but we haven't done that. To the contrary, we've tried to do this best we can. Unfortunately, you know, things move slowly. Things don't move as fast as you want. That's where we are. It's not a great answer, but it's a lot better answer than you get than from other places.
I've heard that very same line from Ritelli. They've told us, you're lucky you didn't go to another builder, because they're a lot worse than us. I would hope the township would have higher standards than Ritelli to serving us, the people, everyone here, protecting us. I don't take that. I appreciate the spirit of what you're saying, but I would hope that you would hold yourself to a higher standard than these dirtbags.
I mean, there's a contract out there, and again, Jason, you signed it, Mr. Bononis, you signed it. These guys have not adhered to their contract. Is there any legal avenue that you guys can pursue? Again, this is what I was hoping you and our council would discuss, but none of that happened. It was just a waste of 2 hours for our guy, because we had to pay him to meet with you and then go back and watch the video to make sure he didn't do anything. And again, I do appreciate the spirit of what you're saying, but how long do I need to, how many days do I need to get up and go read a meter reading and send a note to Brian and Chris that, oh, yep, another day where it discharged more than 130 gallons of crap, for lack of a better term, into the environment? Like, how?
May I ask what contract are you referring to, that you referred to?
So the builder has engaged a contractor, Rutherford, and he to do all the septics, right? According to the agreement, Ms. Ray, that Jason signed, there's an on-lot sewage management agreement that was established between the builder, and there were certain obligations that the person that was contracted to do this work needed to be an approved contractor by the manufacturer. Rutherford is not an approved contractor by the manufacturer, right? So they subbed it out 100 times, 100 people have looked at my septic tank, and no one's fixed it. And it's just, and again, now that the builder's being watched, he knows he's being watched, you guys have these meetings, he's putting these things up quicker than he can, because he just wants to fleece us and get the hell out before we have no recourse. I mean, it's just, it's unbelievable. So I do appreciate that you're helping, but like, if that's the answer, give me the letter that says that you're gonna hold me accountable, and I'll engage my attorney. Just give it to me. I mean, if that's your answer.
Mr. Mealy, I'll be more than happy to give you my version of the letter. I just received this when I sat down this evening. These letters are dated March 6th. It's about a 9 or 10 page letter. And I'll, just to put on record what it is, it's a letter from Peter, I don't know who Peter is. It's on Rotelli letterhead, March 6, 2024. He's enclosing 7 copies of this letter that's inside. It's a March 6th letter from the Rotelli management team. It's a 2-page letter that addresses generally the issues that you raised before this council. And then attached to that are responses to a letter from Matthew Manelli, dated February 7, 2024, and there's multiple sections. Section 1, driveway, septic drain, major foundation, HVAC, electrical. Section 2, updated development census, major issues, and it goes on with a number of sections through section 12, and it has other issues with subflooring and other things here. So you can have my copy. I've reviewed this as I sat here. It's the first time I've seen it. But the gist of what I get out of here is, they're saying that the allegations that you're making here, that you've made before this council are false. I have no way of knowing that or not. I mean, you seem to be a straightforward guy, and I appreciate that. I appreciate your candor toward us. And I feel for you. I feel for you and your neighbors that you're going through this, but this seems to be a dispute between you and a builder, which is a private transaction. And I'm not trying to shirk the township's responsibility or suggesting that in any way. And I already previously offered what I thought was a workable solution to have the township manager, engineer, solicitor try to support our residents in a way that is supportive of the community at large. And it seems like you're not happy with what you've heard so far from the township.
You haven't heard, no, from the township.
Yeah, from the township. It seems like you're not happy with what has transpired so far. You said that you're left without recourse. Well, you're not. Your recourse is to, if you want to, file an action against the builder, because ultimately it sounds like that's where you're going to end up. You may have an action against the township, maybe not. Maybe the township can enter into this agreement that I have proposed previously to help support you in it. In your efforts, I find it troubling if the township is not doing what it is supposed to be doing in terms of making sure that builders who come into this community are not following our rules. Rotelli seems to say that they are following the rules, from what I gather in here. So I'm not the arbiter of that dispute, I don't think this council is, nor is the township. But if we find information that suggests that we're not following the rules appropriately, or that we could do more, like we talked about, money that was retained by us for completion of the work, that we could perhaps leverage that. I think those things need to be done, but I'm not sure, you know, what could be done, certainly on Kerry's behalf. I mean, he's got a window that's closing very shortly. And we talked about this before, and I had suggested that we make this an urgent matter in light of the weather here. It's been raining for a couple of days, ground silt. I'm sure that doesn't help things for you and your neighbors. So I'm at a loss. I'm at a loss because of the lack of meeting and cooperation and coordination between the township and Rotelli to try to get these, I mean, to get this sitting here, that's unacceptable. You know, this is something we talked about 2 weeks ago, and 3 weeks ago, whatever it was. But, you know, I get the letter dropped on us as I sit down here, so, you know, I don't know. I don't know what the answer is to that, but I think you know what the answer is. I think you know what you need to do, and you seem like you're frustrated because your lawyer spent time talking with us. You know, if you need to light the rocket, then light the rocket and go after them and do what you need to do, and whether the township gets on board and helps you, that's really the township's administration to do that. And I don't mean to be flippant about this, and I don't mean to be off-putting, you know, I'm trying to be pragmatic and realistic.
And we appreciate that. It's interesting with all the photographic and video evidence, and even with, you know, Brian, Chris, Scott out of my site, they're measuring the stuff. I was out of town last week at work, and Chris was still coming to my house at 7 in the morning, 11 in the afternoon measuring. You know, I do appreciate the collaboration and the willingness to help, but we're just gonna, you know, I think as I said to you guys in the email, it's like the Rotelli vans drive by the school bus that's pulled over with its lights flashing, and the cops there watching, and they won't ticket them. What they do is they hold the students back from getting off the bus because they don't wanna ticket the violation, and that's really what's kind of going on here. And there are code issues. I've never lived in a house that when the power goes out and comes back on, where you have to reset your entire breaker.
I haven't.
And I appreciate your candor. I guess with that, yes, I would like a copy of, I guess with the last comment, before we get into the as-built, the lot ratings and so forth, like, I was issued a permit for lot improvements, for the back of my yard, and I'm wondering when the zoning or planning committee reviews that, what drawings do they use? Do they use the approved lot drawings? Do they use the as-bills? What do they use?
I don't think, it doesn't go to any board or committee to approve that, that all runs through the zoning office, so.
But does the zoning office look at a map and just, or do they just rubber stamp it?
I don't know what you're building.
So I'm building a 12 by 20 deck, and I was granted approval, permit number 9-24. If we were to put, so the lot grading is so incorrect, so deficient, and the seepage bed this is where the seepage bed's supposed to be, this is where it actually is. I can't even put a 12-foot deck on the back of my property without it going into the seepage bed. So we got a building permit, and because of these issues, and had I not had the, you know, the intelligence or whatever the builder came, or my contractor came over yesterday and mapped it out, we would have gone through the seepage bed. Now, the seepage bed wasn't supposed to be there, so I'm wondering if we just issue permits blindly, or we actually look at, this is where it's good.
There are two different things. So when you're doing something like a deck, that we're using the information that you give us, and that's what's reviewed. Usually people don't have as much information about their house being built that you have. So usually when a permit comes in, it's being based off of the information that is given to the township and the township third party from the homeowner or from the homeowner's representative.
But the township doesn't look at my lot.
No.
There could be a natural gas line underneath there, and we could just,
That's for you and your builder
Right.
to figure
I
out.
wasn't aware of that, no, so that's really unbelievable. So we do the
legitimate builders would know to call. I mean,
there's
they
no-
call before they dig pipelines if
Well,
they're
they
legitimate.
did, and they got this approved permit, and then, you know, the seepage bed wouldn't come up. The seepage bed is 30 feet out of where it should be on the
Not where
approved
it's
lot
supposed
line.
to be.
So, those are my questions, Jason, if I could get a copy of that, I do appreciate it. Yeah, I'll come up and get it, so I guess, so, to your point, and thanks for letting us speak, and do appreciate the time, where are we with the lot grading?
We're gonna do that next.
Yes.
When you're finished.
Yep.
Okay, so we'll move into the agenda item on, the discussion of the grading plan reviews for individual lots. Who wants to do that?
I'll just introduce it and you can come in. So you asked, looking at the history of how the grading ordinance may have been revised over the years. So I think Mark's given you copies of the different ordinances that the councils have passed. When the grading ordinance was originally developed in 2000, there was a requirement, mandatory requirement for an as-built and involvement with the township engineer in looking at the as-built and the lot grading. And then I guess if I can paraphrase, due to a large number of residents concerned about the costs of grading plans, council took under consideration changing some of the things in the ordinance, and the mandatory as-built was taken out. And the involvement of the township engineer in anything past the review of the grading plan was taken out, and it went to the township staff. So that's what we have today.
And as a follow-up, the last ordinance, which is ordinance number 2007-01, with regard to inspections, which is section 10, has not mandatory language, but permissive language, saying inspections of the township may be carried out on a random basis. A final inspection may, at the option of the township, be conducted, and so on. So there's some latitude in the current ordinance if you want to consider that. So that's where you are.
Okay, so we could either revise the ordinance and include new language.
You have several options. One is to, if you choose to, you can have a new ordinance issued and addressed, and we have to go through that process. An alternative would be to take a harder look at the existing ordinance and do it administratively, where you say this is the goal that we're trying to reach. What I think our township engineer has adroitly pointed out is perhaps you don't want to knee-jerk a reaction now and then regret it a couple months or a couple years later. So perhaps what you might want to consider is say, this is what we're looking to do, and allow us to report back, allow staff, engineer, or manager to report back and say, this is, if your goal is X and Y, your best option is to do it this way. So I think what we're looking for is if township council is moving in a direction, let us know what the direction is. And if you want, we can come back and report back and say, here's perhaps the best way to do it.
Well, I think they need to be reviewed. So, to correct that, then we have to, what are our options?
Our option would be, if your inclination is to have us report back, and if the goal, if the consensus of council or consensus of the majority of council is to say, what can we do to make this somewhat stricter or increase the amount of inspections, you know, we can do that. But then the question is going to be, there'll be more costs on homeowners.
So what are we talking typical costs? What would be a cost range?
I would imagine if the requirements were for the homeowner's engineer to do an as-built, they'd have to pay for that. Then our engineer would have to review, and they'd have, the homeowner would pay for that. And I think that's what happened, and I don't have the historical background,
I don't remember that.
But that's the
Earlier,
problem.
Everybody was upset with us.
so there's no easy answer to this question. But, from my standpoint, and I will speak for the engineer and staff, obviously we'll do what township council wants us to do, if you point us in the right direction, or the direction you want to go.
Okay, so, Victoria?
First, just to direct comments to the residents that have come before. At first, I want to say thank you for coming back and forth. As a new council member, I have seen that with you coming forward, our township staff has invested a lot of time and effort to try and assist you. So I want you to be cognizant of the fact that the time and effort that our township zoning officer and engineer and staff and and solicitor have spent working on this, that's what, the taxpayer dollars are going for. So that, we are paying to help you and try to achieve that result. I think, as a council person, I said before, like, I have to recuse myself because of the situation in your neighborhood. But I do think it's important that we haven't heard from our experts about, and I say that our engineering team, about what is their, like, remedy. So it sounds like there was efforts done, they came out, investigated multiple times, and they're still waiting to prepare the final report to provide us, so we can then help you. So I want you to understand that I don't have the information from my staff yet to, like, help you the way that you want us to help you. So I appreciate that we're trying to work as fast as we can, but I can't control those factors, and I have to wait for that information. I think with regard to this particular issue, I think what the staff is suggesting, that they go back and look at how they can strengthen what's there administratively, would be a good place to go. So that was like option number one, I believe. Am I accurate in that?
It's one of the options. So what the more stringent option would be to enact a brand new ordinance. But that's your choice, but I'd caution on doing that now, because once you enact an ordinance which has mandatory provisions and so on and so forth, you may go too far or not far enough. So I think although this is an immediate problem, this development, clearly, if, now it's brought to your attention, if council is inclined, I think what might make the most sense is have us report back, have us give you your options. But if the consensus is from the group, from council, we want more stringent enforcement, or we want more people looking at this, even though it might cost more, then we can provide you with options.
Would a possibility be to take that, the language that you just read, and kind of turn it into a resolution or a policy, kind of apply a policy towards that?
That's exactly what it would be. It would not require a new ordinance,
Right.
but would require just a simple, the township may do A, B, and C, and now we're gonna identify what A, B, and C are. And we're going to have the township do that. That's why I'm suggesting that might be the better option.
I like that option. Yeah, I like that option. Jason?
I'm sorry for what you guys are going through, both from the builder standpoint and the township standpoint. I will say this, the situation that you and your neighbors are going through seems to be an unusual situation. I can't recall another new owner of a newly built home going through all of the issues that you're going through. And that causes me to think that the ordinances that we have in place are functioning properly, and there's something that happened here that is allowing this situation to happen. And I don't know what that is. I'm not sure what the need is. That hasn't been articulated to me by township administration and staff. I'm not sure what the goal is here. And I'm very hesitant to agree to enact anything or any changes to our ordinances, particularly when our township engineer indicated that it will result in greater fees and costs to homeowners. I will not agree necessarily to anything like that, because it appears to me that those are really just a tax that's going to be disguised as a fee. And I don't think that's fair to homeowners, particularly the ones who are building a new home. You've got a lot of expense you're putting into this. This is your dream home. You're designing it, you're building it, you're finishing it to your specifications. And you should be able to maximize your money to be able to do that without the township getting in the way of that and adding additional cost to it. So that's where I am in my mindset. I hope you can appreciate that.
Absolutely.
And I don't know, I'm not sure what we're talking about here, why we're talking about possible action on grading plan reviews for individual lots. Well, you got a letter from Rotelli that indicates that they did everything fine. And I know your position on this, that they didn't. I don't know why, but I don't understand why we would have such a knee-jerk reaction to try to do something like this, when the knee-jerk reaction, and I don't want to say, that's actually the wrong term. The most pressing action, certainly not knee-jerk, but the most pressing action is to get together with you and Rotelli to get squared away on where the issues are and to find out where the township can help resolve the issues that you have. That's what we should be focused on, not this garbage. This is nonsense. This is something that will affect other developments and issues down the road, but doesn't fix your problem. This fixes, I don't even know what it fixes. It may not fix anything, it may make things worse, and we don't, like, this is just foolishness.
I think from our understanding of the intent was, one, there is no as-built requirement in this township, which again, Jason, 100% agree that it doesn't affect our situation, but there was a stormwater treatment plan put into place, and Carrie spent $600, I spent $1,000 on an as-built plan. There's 3 to 4 feet variances in those plans. I think, from our perspective, I thought that the spirit of the motion that was made last week, 2 weeks ago on the 21st, was to enforce the builder to grade to the stormwater plan.
Like, exactly, that's exactly right. So I don't know why we're talking about suddenly taking action on late grading plan reviews. We should be taking action on enforcing what should have been done in the first place. We don't need more rules, right? We just need to enforce it. Hold on, I'm speaking. We don't need more rules. We need to enforce the rules that currently exist in the way that they're intended to be enforced, and that may not be happening.
We talked about putting this on the agenda last meeting, that's why it's on the agenda, and I thought we had a consensus to at least look into it, but obviously we don't have a full
No,
consensus.
I think it's, I mean, again, I think to Jason's point, and I do appreciate that it could protect future developments, you know, the one that, and so forth, but for our development, our immediate concern is, we've all got excessive ponding and so forth in our yards. The lot grading plan as approved was, I mean, Brian, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you've reviewed mine, there's substantial variances.
Yeah, at the last meeting, you indicated that many of your neighbors had, at their own expense, done as-built plans, and they should get them to me.
You've got 2 of them.
After that, I would go out and I would look at some of these issues, and I only have yours, and I have a partial as-built lot.
4? That's the 2 of us, and the other 2, Rooney's and lot 16 is in process with their engineer.
Okay. So we'll get those when they're available.
But it's, again, like, we don't want to, and again, appreciate it when they're available, is it something that the township can enforce? Can they enforce the grading plan that was approved for stormwater purposes on the builder? Or are we just gonna come back here, and again, appreciate the time, and are we gonna say, well, you know, we're here to help you, but we can't do anything? And again, I do think that you guys empathize with our situation. I'd be interested to know the tone of the meeting, with Rotelli. I suspect it wasn't, that tone, especially based on a couple people that I talked to. But like, that's what I wanna know is, can you guys enforce the lot grading plan as approved? Or am I just left to go spend $150,000 to get it to where every time it freaking rains a half an inch, I don't get water in my basement? And that's not a lie, I've sent videos. So that's what the answer is, and I think to Ms. DeLeon's point, the next step is, you guys can debate that, but for me, I'm already affected and I'm trying to get some resolution.
Have we had any units, like the zoning officer, on what they can enforce? I mean, that would be what he would do, right?
We looked into it, and we have talked about this, and at one point, I mean, I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, we talked about this, and Rotelli will fix the grading, right? I mean, I thought that was.
With specifically with respect to lot 1, which is Matt's lot. Rotelli, I'm pretty sure indicated to us that this is what they said, you identified that grading deficiency before you closed on the home, and in the agreement of sale, they agreed to fix it.
Before lot 2 was being constructed, lot 2's been under construction for 6 weeks now.
So that's what they told us specifically with respect to that lot. I did ask them, are you going to do a plan to show us what the quote fix is? But I never really got a.
Yeah, and that's where we're concerned, is we've expressed these concerns to you, and again, appreciate the council's time, the investment in you guys are making, that, right? they say this, and they're non-committal to a deadline, and they just kick the can down the road, and then sure enough, Terry's in a situation where he's got 21 days to decide if he, files a writ or whatever the heck to, to shut these guys down. And you're gonna have 10 more unhappy homeowners here in a year. I mean, that's the fact of it. And again, I know what the common denominator is here, is the builder. And if you go on Google reviews and Yelp reviews, it's good read. Anyone that builds a home with these, and apparently we didn't do our diligence enough, anybody that builds a home with these people,
It's been seemingly a steep decline over the last 12 months if you kind of follow the breadcrumbs. And again, speaking to what you were talking about, Mr. Gross, I don't believe in coincidences. Jason, I don't believe in coincidences. 2 septic tanks failing in brand new homes, floors failing in brand new homes. You're left to think, am I crazy? Is it me? Am I overreacting to this? President DeLeon, you mentioned comfort and safety. Talked about the derailment. I've yet to talk to a resident in this community that feels comfortable and safe in their home at all times, built by Ritelli. So I know we are left to our own devices and it's a private matter. But again, I just hope you can just put a microscope under their future work for the residents, the taxpayers, the homeowners that do work with them, so that they're held to a much higher standard than they were when our homes were constructed.
I think maybe it would be appropriate to make a motion to direct the staff to create the policy that would then define what may is in our ordinance, which is what is causing the issue that I think that you're having. So, and that was what our solicitor just discussed, was what they would recommend before we take a knee-jerk reaction and draft a whole new ordinance. We can probably just do a policy that would be more stringent and be more defined in identifying when and how we would do an as-built review. And so I would make that motion.
I'll second that.
What is the motion?
Want to repeat your motion?
The motion is to direct the staff to develop a policy that would then define the specifics of our ordinance in when the township would go out and require the builder to do an as-built. And am I getting that, Uzuzian, correctly?
I think so. I think what you're asking us to do is, you're asking us to come back with options as to how we can enforce the current ordinance and how it can be implemented. And we will bring it, if I'm hearing you right, we will bring it back to council, and council may say, I like part of it, I like all of it, I like none of it, or we'll go from there.
Did we do this at the last meeting?
No, I believe what was asked for at the last meeting is to bring you up to speed as to where we were with the ordinance, because at that point,
That's what it's on
so,
tonight's agenda.
it's just, unfortunately, it's a slow road sometimes.
So that's my motion.
And I seconded it. Okay, Laura?
Okay, so there is another place in here where I saw a may listed for inspections in section 10. It says a final inspection may, at the option of the township, be conducted by the township to verify compliance with this ordinance. That's one of the mays, so I think in this particular case, for all of these houses in that development, we gotta do this. This shouldn't be optional here.
Yeah, that's what we're looking for.
Exactly what we're looking for.
There's a lot of things in this ordinance that should have applied. So as-built plans shall be required prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy if the owner or permittee is seeking any change to the approved site improvement and grading plan. So they didn't seek a change in the plan. So have they knowingly been building not to plan? That's, to me, it seems like they are not building to plan, and they should know that they're not building to plan, so they should have presented as-built plans. It's required in the ordinance that we have.
They did specifically articulate to Mr. Bean on lot 16 that his grading issues are due to excessive bouldering and it's costly to remove.
Okay, so.
I don't care.
Particular thing, but,
So he's got a rock climbing wall in his backyard essentially, and it's awful. His is gonna be worse than mine, and that's presumably what's
but
awful.
if they need to change the plan then, because of whatever reason, they should be
Again,
presenting a new plan that gets approved
no
before
one's watching
building.
it. They're building and leaving, and that's the issue. And I know we're,
It's not right. And there's also things in here about, permits issued under the ordinance may be revoked or suspended by the township after notice by the township for, and there's a whole list of different things. I think all the homes that are going up one after the other, and I did go out there and see, it's really changed. I've been through there a few times. Yeah, I can see they're slapping up the homes and, probably all sorts of wrong things going on, and I would want the zoning officer to look into revoking and suspending permits.
Can you look into that, Mark?
It doesn't really help you so much, but
I think it does help.
all the rest of the
I
mess
think it
out
helps
there is
us
only gonna
because
make
there's-
it worse.
I actually don't think so. I think, you know what, I'll take a flyer on that. There's 10 homes that are in construction, and if you guys revoke those permits or did whatever, again, follow the money. I think Mr. Hudson said at last meeting, they exited a coding agency because they couldn't do the approvals quick enough. I don't care about quick, I care about quality. And these guys care about quick, and you're buying, it's essentially a modular home for $1 million, and it's just, the quality's terrible. So I would ask Ms. Ray that you make a motion to,
We have one
I
motion
have
on
to
the
wait till we
floor.
do that other motion, I'm just saying, there's things in here for penalties too. Penalize them monetarily for each offense, and it can be every day. Well, I think it's the zoning officers, I think this falls into his job. I mean, it's not really a council thing to do this, but I think we have ordinance in here that has a lot of things that we could be using.
At the end of the day, we just want accountability. That's all I really want. Whatever happens with me, happens with me. I get that, what's done is done. But for the future residents of this township, I want them to be protected from people like these people that only care about money and don't care about their reputation, don't care about doing what's right, or even abiding by their own contract that they signed.
Okay, well, I'd like to open it up to the floor before we do.
Actually, I can speak it.
Yes, you can.
Not since the motion was made. I asked a question what the motion was. I didn't speak
Oh,
it.
sorry, I thought you did.
So as I understand it, gentlemen that are here, they're not here looking for new ordinances. They're not looking for new policies. They're looking for the existing ordinances and policies to be enforced. And I'm not sure why our solicitor hasn't told us what sort of tools we have available to us to enforce those. I appreciate that Laura Ray did provide some of those details. So I think we're missing the point here with this motion. You can pass and do whatever you want, because that's probably what you'll do. But your point is, enforce the damn laws. And it's not that hard to enforce the laws in the way that they're intended to be enforced, not to go create some policy to look at how we're gonna look at different things. That's just bureaucracy and wasting time. So let's enforce what we have. Let's get the township manager, let's get the solicitor, let's get the zoning officer, let's get the township engineer, which is what the spirit of our motion was last meeting, was to get them talking with each other and talking with Rotelli and talking with you so that we can figure out what it is can be done to enforce our existing ordinances. That's what needs to be done here, not this other nonsense about creating policies for investigating and everything else. I appreciate your time, sir. And I appreciate even more your frustration, and I share your frustration because you're wasting your time. Because nothing's getting done here to your satisfaction, to your neighbor's satisfaction, and it's reflective upon the whole township. So I appreciate what you've got going. I really do, and I feel badly for you. I sincerely do.
and thank you for clarifying.
Okay, so now we have a motion on the floor, which we're gonna get public comment, and, we're gonna, whoever, you step away from the podium in case anybody comes up, please, thank you.
Margaret Zeckline. I just want to say that considering the fact that these people in a community
they're not even luxuries, they're needs, you know, they're needs to be able to habitate those homes. And so what I wanted to know is, do we, as a township, have an emergency fund, like a miscellaneous emergency fund that would help the families even get put into nearby hotels or something, so that, you know, they have somewhere decent to live until this is resolved? Or should we call the Red Cross? You know, the Red Cross is known to help people having tragic situations like this. I don't know, it's just that I know that when homes are being built, everybody wants to go to closing. You know, the builders, the buyers, and it makes it very difficult, it's very emotional. So I would have signed on the line if the builder said they were gonna do what they were gonna do, and I wouldn't have known any better either. But I feel bad because they can't live a normal life. You know, their basic needs can't be met in their new homes. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Could somebody remind me when we have 1 minute to go?
Good job, Laura, thank you. What is that ordinance that you're talking about?
It's the, we have them all. It's the ordinance 2007-01 for the, is this grading ordinance.
Okay. So, you're building a house. The grading in the land would have to be the first thing that was taken care of before you went dumping a bunch of concrete into the ground and proceeded to build a house. So, if there's penalties, like you say, in that ordinance,
There are.
then that's what you're responsible for enforcing. If the land isn't graded the way it's supposed to be graded, the township and the constructor should be responsible. Because the township hired the inspectors to inspect it. And apparently, either somebody paid off an inspector, or the inspector was dumb enough to fail it, or not fail it, which opens up a big ball of wax.
Well, you can't make accusations.
So, and as far as pulling permits, I can't believe that you still have not put a cease and desist order in their work out there. It just baffles me that it's like you're opening yourself up for more trouble in the future if you don't stop on them now.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Bob Glasgow, Lower Saucon Township resident. I think that this enforcement and conformance to code is very important. And just like we had people dumping on our property, once we had them arrested and prosecuted them and word got out, guess what? We don't have very much of a problem anymore. And once word gets out in the community of these builders, that if you're coming into Lower Saucon Township, you better have your ducks in a row. You better be doing what their code says, because if you don't, there's gonna be trouble. When that happens and that word gets out there will be adherence to these codes. So yes, I do think that's important. I have a question in that if this is a zoning officer responsibility, why are these guys here complaining and not going to the zoning officer? I would think that they should be going to the zoning officer with these complaints, and it should be handled from that and not from this podium in the council meeting.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, can we have a roll call, please?
Mr. Benonis, how do you vote?
No, enforce the existing laws, we don't need more.
Ms. Aptoff-Kadar?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
I'll say, well, so we're not changing the ordinance, we're making a new policy to
Correct.
add teeth or higher enforcement of the ordinance, so I would say yes.
Ms. Dillon?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, then Laura, you were gonna make another motion?
You have to remind me what you wanted me to make.
No, I think Mr. Benonis also articulated better than I, but we just want the current ordinances, we don't want bigger government, right? We just want the current government to enforce the rules that are in place right now, and they're currently not, and we've addressed this. This is our third time in council, and it's, you know, so we want the rules to be enforced that are currently in place, and they're not being, and we've now said it 3 times, no one's come out. And again, I think, the gentleman in the orange may already, but if we don't act, it's just bigger liability for all of us in the long term if we don't act now. And, you know, I don't wanna sue my grandmother, I don't wanna sue the township, like, that's not what we're here for. We just want it right and to protect people in the future. I appreciate, like, we're, you know, to use the Red Cross money, I appreciate your comments and so forth for the people that need it. We're getting by, we're finding alternatives ways. When my water goes out, Carrie says, come on over and shower at my house. I mean, this is the world we live in. And, you know, I didn't know this guy until 60 days ago, but the one thing, the silver lining in all of this is that 7 or 8 families have become damn good friends out of this. You know, so we just want it fixed, and we want those rules enforced, so that's what the
Yeah,
Oh,
so
motion is.
I don't think I need to really make a motion, I mean,
Well-
I would think the zoning officer should look at
Just so-
any enforcements we can do on permits.
Sorry, just so we're clear too, there's 2 sets of enforcement issues. There's the one set of enforcement issue that I believe may not be understood by everyone, is there's a set for the existing homeowners. If a homeowner is now, the easy answer for the township is to simply cite and enforce against the existing homeowner. We don't want to do that, because we feel, you know, that would be unfair to the existing homeowners. The second set of issues are, what can we enforce with regard to the builder? Somehow those are being meshed together in this conversation. So I think, you know, I think what we're hearing is, the township wants to see what we can do to enforce our ordinances with regard to the builder. However, we also have taken the position that we don't want to pursue, at least at this point, anything against the homeowners, because that puts them in a worse spot.
No, and that isn't what I intended either, I'm just saying the permit, the ongoing construction that's happening out there now for all these new permits that are being issued, and I think those could be put on hold.
And I believe the staff hears you loud and clear, or hears the
So-
council loud and clear as to
Like
what
I
we're
said, I don't think we need a motion to have the zoning officer see, you know, what all he can do based on all the things that are in the existing ordinance that we have.
Look, I don't think it should just be the zoning officer. There's a lot of people that work in this township. I mean, how many are sitting here today? We've got a township manager, we've got an interim solicitor, we've got a township engineer, and we have a zoning officer. So I don't know why the focus is just on the zoning officer to take care of this. Sure, it may fall within the purview of his duties in general, but I think that there needs to be greater collaboration, particularly if action is needed, legal action. That's why you have a solicitor. If technical information is needed, that's why you have an engineer. If administrative process is needed, that's why you have a township manager. So to focus on the zoning officer is to miss the point. The group that we have, that we pay a lot of money to, a lot of taxpayer money, needs to get their act together, and they need to go after this issue.
I just have one more statement to make, if I may. On my experience with Mortelli, looking at this, thank you, Jason, for providing us on page 2, the response letter to Matthew Neely dated February 7, 2024. The second page says HVAC at lot 4 Magarum equals discharges sound every 10 seconds at 75 decibels. False statement accusing me of lying. Our company has been out to Mr. Magram's home to search/witness the sound on 22 separate occasions. I've lost count at this point. This includes visits by our staff, our HVAC company, and representatives from the township, none of which were able to witness the sound he describes at the volume noted. That is a bald-faced lie. Talk to Ken Orlando, owner of Ken Rich Mechanical. He heard it, and so they're saying that they came to my house 22 times out of the goodness of their heart and never heard the sound once, yet came back even though they weren't contractually obligated to. So I believe that.
I appreciate that.
I just have to defend
Yeah.
my own character, my own statements, and this is the garbage that I've been dealing with for 12 months.
It's pretty clear to me, having read that letter, that there were going to be issues of contention.
Oh, yeah.
Because their position is completely opposite of yours.
I've never met a guilty person that stood up and said, hey, I'm guilty, you guys got me.
And the reason why I gave you that letter, so that you have that information now, so you don't have to go through the whole right to know process, which is delayed, and you have information readily available, because I've gone through it, I know it's a hassle.
Yeah.
But you at least have that information up front, and you can deal with it in a timely manner. That's why I shared that with you, because you would be able to get it anyway.
Appreciate it. I just wanted to put it on record.
Okay, so what's gonna happen then is the manager will get back in touch with you, and you'll do your job, everybody will do their jobs, and we'll try to, enforce our ordinances where it needs to be, and, they'll get back to you.
Thank you. I would love it. Peter Ratelli wrote this letter. Come and talk to these people. Come and talk to this township.
Can't make them do that, but.
I don't make them, but I'll go on record. Peter, hey, come and talk to us. We're here, we're human beings. I've asked for phone calls for 12 months. None of their leadership will give me a call back, so maybe you'll come and talk to me in person. See you later, Petey.
Thank you. I think we have nothing else to say on this.
I just want to thank you guys all. This is our last council meeting, so I do want to thank you guys. He's obviously a little, I want to thank the support of those also in the community, and I want to wish Mark, best of luck on his next endeavor. So, talk soon. Thanks all.
Okay, thank you. Okay, moving on, we have discussion and possible action on updating the township solicitation ordinance. The current township ordinance is more restrictive than Pennsylvania statute on this issue. We have two options. We either leave it as is, or we change it to meet what the state says.
Right, and as a follow-up, there is one of the reasons why this is brought to the council's attention is there's the potential for legal action against the township because we have a more stringent than what the PA code says. There's the potential for somebody raising a claim, and we may want to consider appropriately just mirroring the Pennsylvania code language, which would then insulate the township from any potential liability.
Okay, so this was originally passed, I believe, in 2013, is that what that means?
Yes.
On it, 2013, and I don't ever recall anybody questioning or having any issues, but apparently there has been something.
Yeah, we received a letter that, telling us that the ordinance is not in.
There was a claim made by an attorney, by a firm, indicating that they had some issues and potential challenges against our ordinance. So the way to resolve that potential claim, right or wrong, would be to make it exactly match up with or make it match up with the Pennsylvania code, and then avoid any potential issue or potential litigation. And the reason why it might make sense is, I don't want to speak for everybody, but the peddler's ordinance is something that is not really high up on the list of most people, because it may or may not happen very often. So it's a way to fix a problem before it starts.
Okay, but I would like to maintain the registry that we have for individual property owners.
Yeah, the only thing that would change would be the times that people could solicit and adding Sunday.
Okay.
If you vote to, that's the only thing that we're suggesting change, if you vote to.
Correct.
Okay, I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
And I guess, for discussion, Jason?
Yeah, this is something we talked about in executive session at the last meeting. This was actually something that was appropriately discussed during the executive session because it addressed potential litigation because of the demand that was placed on the township. I felt that it was best to simply mirror the state statute so that the township is not exposed to frivolous litigation or a shakedown like we saw at the school district and other places. So I'm happy that this has been moved forward. I would also share this with the public. For anybody that thinks that we're opening the floodgates to peddlers, we're not. We're just simply complying with what the state law is and being consistent with the state law and not being more restrictive to not expose the township. The township does have a no peddling list, and that no peddling list allows you to sign up. And if you don't want peddlers coming to your house, you can sign up on that list, and it's maintained, and it's given to anybody that comes in for a peddling license, and they are prohibited from coming to your house and peddling whatever it is that they're peddling. So, certainly if you're interested in that, sign up, share it with your neighbors, share it with your friends, share it with everybody that you know who may not want peddlers coming to their home at the hours of, 9 a.m. to 7 p.m.? Those the hours?
It's during the 6 months of October to March, and then 9 a.m. to 8 p.m., essentially in the summertime, April to September.
So, that's my only suggestion.
Okay, I would also like to ask, Mark, is that on our website, so if people wanted to easily sign up for that, they'd be able to go on the website, or do they have to come into the department, into their office?
I think they have to come in, but we can add that to the website.
Okay, that would be convenient. Okay, Victoria?
I'm in support of it. Thank you.
Okay, Laura?
Yeah, I don't have any comments.
Mark, is there anything that prevents people from just sending an email in?
Getting the-
If you want to get on the list, why do they have to physically come in? Why can't they just send an email from their home
That's why I
address?
said we'll put it on the internet so that they can.
That's on the web, right, it's on the web, right?
Yeah.
So can they just send you an email? So they don't.
The police
have to-
department.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll get it set up so that they can. If it's not now, I'll have it that way.
Okay.
Okay, public comment? Okay, moving on, and roll call, please.
Ms. Alcantara, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Mr. Bonolis?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, next we have discussion and possible action on the payment to the Hellertown Area Library. Council will revisit and discuss the $98,237.26 payment to Hellertown Area Library that was approved at the January 2nd, 2024 meeting. I'd like to make a motion to authorize payment of the $98,237.26 to the Hellertown Area Library as a donation. Is there a second?
I second.
Okay, Victoria and Jason, discussion?
So, for those that may not have been paying attention, I don't know where you haven't been, I don't know where you were. This all started with Hellertown refusing to provide data and information about library usage. Hellertown Library. And it led to Hellertown Library ultimately denying services to Lower Saucon Township, going to the Office of Commonwealth Libraries, requesting in secret to remove Lower Saucon Township from the service area, having that granted, having litigation come from it. There's emails from Tom Rieger, the president of Hellertown Borough Council, directing Ken Solt to not communicate with Lower Saucon Township. There's emails from Tom Rieger saying that the library is essentially one and the same with Hellertown Borough. There were open records requests that were submitted by multiple individuals seeking information from Hellertown Library. Hellertown Library refused to turn that information over. The Office of Open Records determined that Hellertown Library was a governmental entity because of the significant control that Hellertown Borough exerted over it, and that they needed to comply with the right to know requests. They still refused. It was appealed to the Court of Competency of Northampton County. They sought discovery. President Judge Daly issued an order because still Hellertown Library would not comply and turn over that information that was requested by those citizens. Despite that order, Hellertown Library was found to be in contempt, I believe, because they did not comply with the judge's order. And now this council wants to reward that behavior. said this many times, it is appalling to reward that sort of behavior. And what's significant here is that previously, this council awarded a payment to Hellertown Library under the guise of services, and they cited to invoices that were provided to the township, but yet there was no contract that was in place. There was no obligation to pay those services, and there was nothing that was provided in exchange for those services. And that was highlighted in January by me. And then, most recently, we had an executive session where this very subject came up, and it had nothing to do with litigation. What was sought was by Priscilla De Leon, Victoria Optoff, and Laura Ray, was to recast that payment as instead of a payment for services pursuant to a non-existing contract, we're going to call it a donation, because they're going to cover the tracks. You look at what's going on in Hellertown. You've got a police chief who's under investigation for allegedly embezzling more than $120,000 of taxpayer money. And a whole lot of other things that are happening, and this behavior is now going to be rewarded. It's amazing to me that this council would choose to use taxpayer money in such a way to reward that bad behavior. Particularly when this township had previously given to Hellertown Library, Hellertown Borough, close to $1 million over a 9-year period. And that's how we're treated. We treat it with denial of information. We treat it with secret backdoor efforts to remove us from the service area in violation of OCL rules. We treat it with deliberate obstructive behavior advanced by President of Hellertown Borough Council to tell the library not to communicate with us, to not participate with us. And then we're going to reward that. We're going to reward that with almost $100,000. I know what you're going to vote on. I know how you're going to vote, but I'll keep saying it over and over again. When I see an injustice, I'm going to bring it forward and I'm going to keep talking about it, whether you like it or not. If the public thinks this sort of dealing is okay, that's what they say. I don't, and I never will. So do what you're going to do.
Okay, Victoria? I have a different memory of things, but I'm in support of the motion. Thank you.
Yeah, I also do too. Laura?
Yeah, so I'll just comment that during 2022, even though we only paid for 1 month, we did receive full library services for the whole year, which included the PA access. So that is worthy of something, and it really has nothing to do with the chief of police or, you know, anything else going on. So I am in favor of this as well.
Okay, thank you. Okay, public comment? Anybody out there?
You better believe it. Kathy Mitchell McGovern, Lower Saucon Township, 4260 Lower Saucon Road. This is the calmest council meeting I've seen in a long, long time, and I kind of enjoy it. Tom Carochi's constant name calling at least has ceased. Ms. DeLeon, I haven't heard you being called Vladimir yet tonight by our council member. To Mr. Bononis, we've had no problem with the Hellertown Area Library for many years. Again, I was the treasurer for many years. None of this occurred until your tenure on the council. You failed to neglect that we gave $50,000 to Southern Lehigh, which their library has now fallen apart, and we have no relationship now with Southern Lehigh. You also failed to mention that Hellertown bailed us out time and time again, and you failed to mention there is a lawsuit. There's a lawsuit with the Compost Center. There's a lawsuit with the Borough of Hellertown, all on your watch. The amount of money that you have cost this township. It's embarrassing to hear you say that this council is being irresponsible.
Your name for the record, please, sir.
My name is Bob Hussman, and I live in Lower Saucon Terrace. In this day and age, most of us are trying to cut back on unnecessary expenses. We are getting rid of cable. We are getting rid of landlines. We are doing what we can because inflation is horrible. And the dollar just does not go as far as it does. 10 years ago, 20 years ago. I don't know why you're investing in their library at all. I think the services that are offered there are minimal. You can go online to the Philadelphia Free Library and pretty much access anything you want online. And I bet if there were people here, a small in number, who for some reason could not access those services, it would be cheaper for the township to provide them assistance to be able to do that, as opposed to paying the fee to the Eldertown Library. Again, I don't know why you would want to do that. It's old technology. It's very limited technology. And one other thing, this is a contract. So, if I understand Pennsylvania law, since it's over $10,000, shouldn't it be put out and advertised for bid? If it's not, are you council members individually protected under the law, under tort immunity? I have been a public official and I have been sued under tort immunity, and I'll tell you, it's a scary thing when your council comes up and tells you you're not covered, and they can come after and attach your personal assets. That has happened to me. I prevailed. We did not do anything wrong in the cases that were brought against us, but it didn't change the fact that we had many sleepless nights. I would check with council before you guys send a check out for $90,000 that you may not have voted or put out for bid, because I don't think you can do that. I could be wrong, but I don't know why you're spending on this unnecessary service in this day and age. Every part of our government is going broke, and no one has a plan on how to fix it. I hope you guys aren't in that position. I don't think you're as dire as some of the other higher level governments are, but let's try and keep it that way. Thank you.
Mr. Ross, may I ask you a question for clarification, sir?
I'm sorry?
May I ask you a question for clarification? You had mentioned this payment. Are you aware that Lower Saucon Township, for those individuals who do want library services, that Lower Saucon Township does provide reimbursement on a family or individual basis, and that last year, the total that was paid by Lower Saucon Township was less than $10,000 for those library services, but yet here we are giving a $98,000 check to a library that treated us the way it did. Are you aware of that?
I am. I had heard that, and it's a very valid point. I don't know why you would continue that practice.
Me either. Thank you.
Okay, next.
Robert Batt, Glasgow, Lower Saucon Township. I have a granddaughter that's in kindergarten, 5 years old. Now, she doesn't live within the township, she lives up in Bangor, a couple blocks from her house. And my wife and I go up there, and occasionally my daughter is able to get time off of work. They walk over to that local library. That entire library, I don't think is much bigger than what this room is. And she enjoys it as a 5-year-old. Now that's a girl that just received Student of the Month and excels in computer sciences for her age.
Thank you, and congratulations for her.
Thank you.
Okay, next.
Bruce Petrie, Reddington Road. A couple things. As COVID brought to the forefront, not everyone learns well on a computer. As a matter of fact, I personally think that that's the impact of that has led to all the mental health issues in this country. not only for adults, but children as well. Not being schooled face-to-face, not learning to socialize, as Bob just put it. Children do look forward to going places, and some places considered safe. And as far as spending the $98,000, and Mr. Bononis brought up the fact that, all these people being sued or brought up on charges, Mr. Carochi, it's too bad he's not here. I think it was the previous council meeting or the meeting before that, he offered $50,000. He said we offered $50,000 to them, no strings attached. So my question is, why did he offer $50,000 if they're so corrupt? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, if there's no other comments,
Dave Lamb. Thank you for the opportunity to speak for 56. Just a few notes here, because I started even before Mr. Bononis had, in terms of when I first came to this council. And the first night I walked in, at the very end of the night, in comes a bunch of people saying they represent how. I'm sure I have everybody's attention here. And the bottom line is, they sat down and said, we have a contract here, and we want this council, not the current seated council, but the previous one, we just recently voted out, said, we want 150,000. We want it, okay? So somebody asked, has anybody seen this contract? And the answer was, from each and every one on the council, everyone, nobody had seen it. And nobody has corrected me, so I stand with that. And what was asked was, has the attorney seen it? The attorney for 23 years who we got rid of, and the answer was, no, I haven't. And the council directed that the attorney look into this contract and understand what we would get for 150,000. And he started to look into it, and what he found out was he got stonewalled by a 501c3, and we know pretty much the rest of the story. No, don't shake your head, this is terrible.
I'm agreeing.
Absolutely terrible. How can you have a contract? We didn't even have a contract at that point. At the last minute, here it is, sign it or else. Well, they certainly put the line in the sand, because the bottom line is, after asking for years, and we found out, did we not, from Judge Daly all the way up there, for years of litigation and Freedom of Information Act and all the rest of that stuff, and now we're getting ready to really put some teeth into it to find out what's going on and how. What we find out is, oh, gee, there are things like the landfill, and the this, that, and all the people come out and they're all angry about everything. That's another day. And the bottom line is that, yep, other people get swept into office, are sitting here now just ready to throw out this kind of money. And I'm not talking about 150,000. That was 4 years ago. God only knows what it is now. Now, in addition to that 98,000 gift or whatever we're talking about here, there was also another gift from another ally up in Allentown, a state representative, and I guess I can't use names, so we won't say her last name, but Lisa, right? 50,000 to Hal. Wow, that must be a hell of a library. They already have 200,000, and we don't even know what the contributions from other people are, and we never will know unless the Freedom of Information Act is upheld by Daly and that other person, and I can only hope it is. Then we'll find the truth, and maybe, just maybe, $10,000 in the local paper will put it all in there, and we'll know what really happened. And I would suggest, and boy, you talk about people that are hiding in the backwoods, they're not. They're listening. See the cameras there, the cameras there? Yeah, they're listening to that. Oh, 200,000 for what? So Merrick can go there and and learn something, she can do that in the school system. We have the best one going and the best library. And yet here we are, we have been shut down by political people who, in my opinion, have brought on board a solicitor who has not been vetted, et cetera, by the entire council. And all of a sudden, 3 people say, yep, we're gonna vote him in, he's in, and immediately, without pause, there is another council member, new, who immediately makes this proposal, which we find out, I got 26 seconds, 26 seconds, and we find out that the solicitor has written up these suggestions without council approval, he's just done it on his own. Oh, it all passes, problem's gone away. No, it hasn't. That's terrible. I won't say corruption because I can't say words like that in a meeting like this now, it's too refined, but you get the picture.
Thank you.
Mr. Blair, just a question for clarification. Are you aware that Mr. Gitsuzi's wife was on the board of the Hellertown Area Library?
I am, and actually, conflict revealed at the last meeting, wife on board of how? Is he the solicitor for the zoning board? It goes on and on. I mean, how deep can you bury it? All right? Is it any different than handing the gavel over to him so he can run the meeting even though somebody else is in conflict, gets 2 letters, and we never get to see them? I was told, God, Freedom of Information Act will get you both the request and the, no, we don't see anything. This team transparency just isn't happening. And people need to understand it. And when they finally wake up and see the money going down, they will understand it. Yeah, so there were other things that I had to talk about, but it's depressing. It's depressing that we can have only one person standing up, asking for what is rightfully available, and that is how? How much do you spend? Where does it come from? And can we get a seat on for $150,000?
Up now because you've been over your time.
Good.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that is really, it's over the top, I know, thank you.
Will Morrison, Lower Saucon resident. I think, and I've been on council a number of years ago. However, the cooperation that we have between Hellertown has always been unique. And it's been unique because we also get something for what we pay, what we give them. The library has been a useful asset for this community, and I would hate to see that relationship is destroyed. I don't think that that's a great deal that we're asking, you know, as residents in this community, to continue the relationship with the library. And I don't think that what we're paying for the service is too much. So, you know, if we have anything that we really want to talk about in terms of cost, we have a lot of areas that if that's the major concern, is to decrease cost. But I don't think that's the concern. I think the concern is that we have a problem individually. Someone has a problem with Hellertown, bringing up issues about, you know, the situation that's going on with Hellertown. I don't think that has any place in this meeting here. So I encourage you to move your option and vote to continue the relationship with Hellertown Library.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Adam? Russ?
He's close, you can go first.
Oh. Russ Sutton, 2133 Saucon Avenue. We've always had a great relationship in the past with Hellertown. And the last council had a big problem with that, and that's their problem. We've gone along, we were gonna combine police forces, fire, emergency responses. It was a good thing. We all got along. And this is a community, not just townships by themselves. So I'd like to know how much it's cost legally for all this stuff with the library. I mean, what's the amount of all the lawsuits and stuff back and forth? Is it worth it? I mean, really, I don't comprehend that. And then also the compost center, is the compost center, is that located in Hellertown?
It's in Lower Saucon, but the Hellertown Borough owns it,
Oh, they own it. So they actually own the land or?
own the land, the
So-
property owners.
Okay, because I think Mr. Benonis wanted to do eminent domain to take it away from them when it doesn't even belong to them. So, I mean, we should cooperate and be together and have a better community, no matter what we need to do to strengthen it, because the library is really a plus. I can't see any problem with that. I prefer to have a book rather than go on the internet, and you don't know what you're getting. But the bottom line is, I would appreciate that we wouldn't bring up problems with Hellertown within these meetings that have nothing to do with the library.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Adam?
Hi, I'm Adam Callan from Steel City. I just wanted to thank the council in general for attempting to normalize relations with the Hellertown area library again, and to remind everyone that a library isn't simply a book hoard. I have a book hoard. It's great. I recommend everyone do. A library is also a place where people can gather, a place that offers various services. Just a quick search in the last 5 minutes has shown me that the Hellertown area library has things like various college test prep, grad school test prep services, therapy dog days, telescope rentals, interlibrary loans to provide books that may be difficult for the average person to find, or may be restricted to find on the internet, or you have to pay a fee for it, et cetera, et cetera. Notary services. These are things that we can get by investing in the library. They are good investments. They're things that the average person doesn't necessarily have on their own, and they're things that are worth preserving in our community. So thank you for attempting to do that.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, can we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Ray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis? And Ms. Afdaf-Qadar?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, next we have discussion and possible action on Curtin and Hefner LLP invoice. The township received an invoice from the former township solicitors, Curtin and Hefner LLP, in the amount of $2,052. I'd like to make a motion to authorize the payment in the amount of $2,052 to the former solicitor, Curtin and Hefner LLP. Would there be a second?
I'll second.
Okay, and for council discussion, Jason?
Yeah, you know, it's quite revealing how Priscilla was such a bunch in the last meeting over the right to know request. And it's amazing what you can find in right to know requests. So let me share with you what I found. So, this is in response to my right to know 1821. And I did receive some records from the township. Those requests were directed to communications with Priscilla De Leon, Laura Ray, Victoria Cordero, Township Manager, Kurt Hefner, and others. So, what I found was that there were secret meetings and deliberations that took place among Priscilla, Victoria, and Laura, as well as Mark Reed. They were talking about things such as changing public comment on policy, organizations, discussing contents of motions, who would make the motion, who would second the motion, and plans to hire Mr. Freed. And there was communication from Victoria, who solicited Mr. Freed. He said, quote, "We are looking for a very strong environmental firm to address the above issues and to be able to push back against the challenges lodged by the other councilmen, in other words, Tom and me." And then they met 2 days later in secret, away from the township offices, again, a quorum of the 3 of them. And that meeting was set up and it was confirmed by Mark L. Freed, Esquire, partner, public sector law, environmental law, and litigation. The email was sent by Victoria the following Tuesday, November 21st, 2023. The 3 of them had met and and they had decided that they wanted to hire Mark Freed, and that they also wanted to set the agenda for the January 2nd, 2023 meeting. They then scheduled another meeting on November 21st, 2023, and among the things that they wanted to talk about was scheduling a special meeting on January 11th, 2023. So they knew and agreed almost 2 months earlier that they would be scheduling a special meeting in January. So this was yet another secret prearranged quorum meeting to schedule another prearranged meeting. And it couldn't wait until the January 18th, 2023 meeting because it was concerning litigation about Hellertown and the library, public comment policy, hearing policy, quorum policy, and pending litigation over the landfill. So then, they also talked about the rate that they would pay to Mark Freed. And that rate was $200 an hour that was discussed and agreed upon. And then they talked with him about writing up township policies on the agenda and code of conduct before he was ever identified to the public or ever approved by a majority of council. They had already started interviewing landfill consultants, wanted to interview others. They had messages to Mark Freed, I believe from Mark Hudson, December 5, 2023. Apparently Mark Hudson knew at that time about the efforts to oust Luke Treadwell, about a month before the axe fell on that. And then Laura Ray authored a missive on November 22, 2023, and the topic was, quote, things to review with solicitor. So they already considered Mark Freed to be the solicitor before he was ever approved or disclosed to the public. There's some doozies in there in these communications, such as, do you know Marianne Garber, the lawyer for the landfill? You wonder, why does that matter? Is there a vendetta against Marianne Garber? Then there's also doozies in there about enforcing nuisance ordinances against the landfill. So apparently they plan to cite the landfill to death by 1 million cuts. They had these multiple secret meetings with Freed. They had this meeting with Freed apparently at the Copperhead Grill because they didn't want to meet here on campus, in the Lower Saucon Township Council offices, presumably so they wouldn't be seen. Is that a Sunshine Act violation? I don't know. They had, I'm not asking you, it's a rhetorical question, so please be quiet.
I'm gonna ask.
Can you please stop your propagandist from speaking out when you're speaking, please? Will you do that?
Just a second of laughter. Quiet, everybody. Sure. Quiet, silent laughter.
And then there were discussions between Priscilla and Mark Freed, I believe it was around January 12th, about conditional use in the landfill, but that message doesn't say what year it was. And the question I had, was it in 2024 or was it 2023? If it was 2023, that's when the conditional use issue was live for, after we approved it in December of 2022. And the question I have is, was the lawyer working with Priscilla at that point to undermine the conditional use process that was voted upon by a majority of this council in December 2022? We don't know the answer to that yet. In addition to that, Kurt and Hefner, having been approved by these people that were coming into council in mid-November, waited until December 29th, 2023 to send a letter to the township for the first time, magically, expressing interest in the solicitor position for Lower Saucon Township, even though this whole thing had been in the works for quite a while. And they offered a team of lawyers at that time. The team of lawyers included Sarah Steers, Keong Hung Brownie, the chair of labor and employment, Ernest Klosser, business and municipal finance, Maureen Carlton, co-chair of real estate. But yet they never disclosed any of those names when they came in for approval on January 2nd. So apparently this team was being considered, perhaps approved by the 3 cover-up girls before this ever came in this letter, and yet it was never disclosed to us in a council meeting or to the public. Never shared with me or the public. So the taxpayers, I think, deserve to know who they're hiring, who they're paying, and it's being kept secret from them. But the bigger question is, where does the money go? So now there's a motion that's on the table to approve a payment to a lawyer who was selected to be the solicitor in secret months before, had engaged in township-related business months before ever being approved, and now we're going to be paying for his legal services. If that's not a violation of the Sunshine Act, I'm not sure what is. Seems like it to me. Maybe somebody comes after the township for that. We'll see.
Okay, I will go next. First of all, we were not in violation of any sunshine law because in order to be in violation of the Sunshine Law, you have to be an elected official. I was the only elected official, and Victoria and Laura were not sworn into office until January 2nd. So what we did up until that point was whatever we wanted to do, and that was confirmed by a lot of people. And tonight on the agenda, and I can go to a lot of places he was at, but maybe he should write a book if that'll make him feel better. You know, we were allowed to meet, and we went to the Copperhead, which is a public place, and anybody could have seen us there, and we weren't hiding. And I'm not embarrassed or ashamed or did anything wrong. And we were lining up the agenda that we wanted to see accomplished. And the bill that we received, the invoices, was for the attendance at the January 2nd meeting, the January 11th meeting, and the January 17th meeting, all legit expenses. And he did lower his fee to $180, and the totals come to $2,052. And so I don't have a problem paying that bill. It was Victoria?
Thank you. I agree with what you're saying. I think just public clarification, the bill includes attendance at our 3 meetings in January that he attended, and that's it. That's the only thing on the bill. So there's nothing about meetings, nothing about communications, correspondence, meeting with staff, nothing like that. And I approve the motion.
Okay, Laura?
Sure, and I'll just reiterate the same thing regarding Sunshine Law violations, which there were none since we were not sworn into office before then. Most elected officials, newly elected officials, you see them months in advance. Well, they usually have like 2 months or so between the time they're elected and the time they take their whatever position they're elected to. Work on staffing up, pulling together their boards, so that's all we were doing. It was not really secret, we were just following through on things that we campaigned on and wanted to work towards and wanted to be ready to rock and roll as soon as we hit the floor in January. So,
With that, I'm gonna open up the floor for public comment. Russ?
It seems Jason has a problem with freedom of speech.
Microphone.
Yeah, tilt the microphone.
Okay, this year's right to know submission by one person, a council member at best, is an abuse of township office and an undue burden on township staff and resources. Our resources are not infinite. No one has time to coddle the curiosity of Jason Bononis for any period of time to the swearing in of newly elected council members, including November 2023 through January 1st, 2024. The submission of 940 pages of documents attached to a handful of right-to-know requests is the work product of multiple people or an organization such as a company or a law firm. I ask this council to place a limit on the amount of pages that a right-to-know submission is allowed to be, such as no more than 5 pages. I further request the township limit the number of right-to-know requests each citizen of the township is allowed to submit on a quarterly basis. This will not hinder any citizen's genuine concern, but will allow our township staff to perform their daily tasks with undue burden. Jason Bononis has demonstrated the lack of respect for our township employees, including our township manager, by handing them 940 pages of material that he expected them to expeditiously respond. Jason Bononis questioned our township manager's expedience and his prioritization of Mr. Bononis' right-to-know request at the February 7th meeting. Jason Bononis suggested to our township manager how to prioritize the right-to-know request in a manner that suited only him, and not any pre-established way the township was answered such items, which in the first answer. A simple example of disrespect, and now our council manager is resigning. As a council member who was also president of the council for some time, Jason Bononis should have had all the facts he needed in front of him, fully vetted during the period of time he made, and continues to make decisions for the township prior to the resolution. The volume of inquiries he has subjected the township staff to make us, the citizens of the Saucon, question to his due diligence at the time he made those decisions. Is he fishing for answers now, Questions in the table is, how thorough was his investigation at the time when decisions were made? Was his due diligence comprehensive at the time, or is it now after the fact? What's he trying to hide?
Thank you, Russ. Next, Kathy?
Well, Russ stole my thunder, and Russ said it's so much better than me, but I have to concur with what he said. Kathy McGovern, Lower Saucon Road. I have to step back for a second. Jason made a comment to Stephen regarding his wife being on the Hellertown Area Board. Again, I'll remind you that we had your family members on this board. And
What board are you talking about?
this one right here, the Lower Saucon Township Council, Jennifer Savaki and Mark Inglis.
They're my family members? What are you talking about?
Yes, okay.
Seriously, I'll do a DNA test right now. You don't know what you're talking about.
You made it very clear to me.
They're my family members.
Okay.
You're out of mind. You're out of your mind.
I don't think so.
I'm telling you, you're out of mind.
Mark, are you able to articulate the amount of work all these right-to-knows took to the township?
The township is required to respond to the right to knows that we receive, and that's what we did.
I understand, but the time of this particular number of right-to-knows.
Over my time here at the township, we've gotten many lengthy right to knows, and we've responded to all of them, and it takes the time that it takes. I can't quantify it.
Have you ever gotten over 900 before?
No. But I have gotten large right to knows. It's not the first.
And I'm sorry to hear that you're resigning, but I certainly understand the work environment you have to be in.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, can we have a roll call for up?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I usually try to give everybody else a fair share. Whoa. There we are. What are your comments back there?
It's over here.
Over there too.
Yeah, it's over here.
And I notice you don't dwell, and I notice you don't.
We're supposed to be quiet, please, because I get in trouble then.
There's two systems, one for them, one for us, you see.
Yeah, I.
Just do quiet laughter.
All right. Yeah, I have a problem too. I ask for simple little things. I notice Russ here has a problem with the clear cutting. And so I was very interested in that, and was very interested to know and look at and see and have in my possession the request from the logging company that did it, and what the parameters were. Because
You're here tonight to talk
let me finish, please.
about the payment to.
Let me finish, and then you'll understand. It's only one more second. The bottom line is, I have to get a right to know to get that information. Although, there were members in this council who were on the AEC too, who apparently said those were readily available, just stop in and you can get them. Well, I can't get them, I have to have a FOIA request. So, yeah, even a simple request like that from me has to go through the channels, okay? So that's the point I'm trying to make. And because Mr., and I'm not gonna call him Jason. I'm gonna call him Mr. Benos, okay. The bottom line is, when you can't get a square answer from people like Hal, here we go again, you have to submit these things. And it's very clear, and if you don't understand that, and you don't understand why it is this darn library who's getting hundreds of thousands of dollars from this township, or will, and by the way, take that over 10 years, multiply 200,000 times 10, and see what that costs you.
About the invoice to pay
Right,
for it.
so now I'm talking
It's
about
nothing to do with the
invoices.
library.
Here we are, same kind of thing. You want to know about it, people won't tell you, you have to get the right to know act to get the real information. And by the way, I understand what an attorney on the board here over here said, that we were not elected. Wrong. I believe there was one person who was elected, and by the way, orchestrated lots of issues and all of the things that other people here talk about. All right, so yeah, so it goes on. Yes, those two weren't maybe, but they are now. So let's keep an eye on that. Right to know. And if you can't get a square answer from how, you've got to wonder why. And it goes on and on.
else? Okay, well, oh, wait, one more.
Bruce Petrie, Reddington Road. Yeah, to Ms. Ray's and Ms. Cordero's comments. Sunshine laws only apply to people that are elected. And can you imagine our country when the election's gonna be held in November? And it doesn't matter this year, any year. If the incoming new president wasn't allowed to do anything till he was sworn in on the 20th, I mean, how ridiculous. I mean, so hats off to you to meeting, getting your ducks in a row so you could hit the ground running. So I applaud your work efforts on that. And as far as, doing things in secret, some elected officials, Mr. Benonis and Mr. Carochi last year, and the rest of the council decided to hold meetings during the day. Talk about a chilling effect. Talk about lack of transparency. Mr. Benonis read from one of the flyers last week that the Democrats sent out about transparency. Well, guess what? Republican flyer said the same thing. Transparent. Well, how can that be transparent? You're holding these during the day, and all Mr. Croce could say, well, the Supreme Court holds hearings during the day, so I guess we can too. Well, you ain't no Supreme Court, Mr. Croce, okay?
Okay,
So,
everybody. Get me in trouble again. Thank you, Bruce.
Mark, I have a question for clarification. Were our meetings, every meeting that we held last year, were they all properly advertised the way they're supposed to, so the public had notification that we were conducting a meeting with regard to township business?
Yes, all meetings.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, can we have a roll call, please?
Ms. DeLeon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Bananas?
No.
Ms. Cadera?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have discussion and possible action on the letter sent by the township to the IRS regarding St. Luke's University Health Network. Laura, you got to put this on?
Yes, so just have a little bit to say here. So back in the December 20th, 23 meeting, it was approved to send out a letter to the IRS. The supposed concern was whether the St. Luke's email that was sent out was allowable advocacy or prohibited campaign intervention. So, read through I did get the email when they sent it out, but I had to refresh my memory and read through it again here. And when I read through it, I see there's no mention of any names, no mention of any campaigns, no mention of any elections, none of that in this letter that went out by St. Luke's. So the only suggestion was in their last paragraph, saying if this matter concerns you, we encourage you to contact your political leaders on both the state and local levels and to respectfully express your opinion. So there's nothing in there to indicate that there is campaign intervention. There was no reason, no point in pursuing this matter. Of course, the letter did go to the IRS. I'm picturing it sitting on the bottom of a pile of 1 million pieces of paper at the IRS. They are very understaffed. But I'd say that we should probably follow up, send a brief note saying that we no longer have a concern on this matter. There was no campaign intervention. I look at it as just a way of antagonizing St. Luke's by trying to have the IRS take some kind of action. And it's not in the interest of the health, safety, or welfare of our residents, which is what our main job is supposed to be.
Okay, is that a motion to send?
Well, I make a motion, yes, to send a follow-up, short, brief letter to the IRS to say we no longer concerned about this matter. There is no campaign intervention.
Okay, I'll second that. And for discussion, Jason?
Yeah, this is just another action to cover up the list. You know, let me start out first. I have nothing against St. Luke's Health Care. It's an asset to our community. I said this previously when we brought this motion forward. It employs a lot of people in our community, many of our neighbors. It provides health care to our residents. Everybody on this council probably has had health care, or one of their family members has had health care at St. Luke's. But just because it provides good health care doesn't mean that it doesn't have to follow the rules. And there are restrictions on how it must conduct itself as a 501c3. And I received many complaints from many residents about St. Luke's leadership straying from its mission, especially as it concerns Lower Saucon Township. And its mission statement is to care for the sick and injured regardless of their ability to pay, improve the community's overall health, and to educate our healthcare professionals. So it's care, overall health, educating healthcare professionals. That's it. And I don't mean to diminish anything that they do, but they're in the business of healthcare. They're not in the business of political advocacy. And instead, their leadership on St. Luke's letterhead, with reference to their positions in the organization, seemingly engaged in political messaging from and on behalf of St. Luke's Health Network and on behalf of St. Luke's University Health Network and its affiliates. And I received reports that this message was sent to personal email addresses and or cell phones of Lower Saucon residents. Contact information they provided in furtherance of medical care, not for political solicitation. So the letter was signed by Richard Anderson, the CEO of St. Luke's, and Ed Naraki, the president of St. Luke's. And presumably that was prepared in conjunction with their lawyers. I had the pleasure of meeting them previously. And the complaints that were directed to me by the residents were concern and dismay that a nonprofit like St. Luke's was engaging in political advocacy and virtue signaling. Some people described it as arrogant, out of touch, elitist, and more importantly, they were concerned that their privacy for use of their personal and confidential health information or personal information that was provided for health care was being used to targeted political messaging. People didn't provide their information to St. Luke's to get a political message. They provided it to get medical care updates on appointments, things like that. So I previously looked into St. Luke's finances, and even though they're categorized as a nonprofit, in 2022, their net assets was $1.12 billion. Their revenue was $2.97 billion. The net income was $195 million. Richard Anderson's compensation was $3.7 million. Ed Naraki's was $1.015 million. In 2021, its net income was $197 million, and Richard Anderson made $2.836 million, Ed Naraki $847,000. So you have the two people that signed that letter are making millions of dollars every year, which is a considerable sum. And they have 12 hospital sites all over the Lehigh Valley. They don't pay any taxes in Lower Saucon Township. They rely upon Lower Saucon Fire Rescue to come over to Fountain Hill to provide to help provide services over there. They don't make any contributions, as far as I know, to Lower Saucon Fire Rescue. And now they want to move in across the street from the Giant where the Buffalo Farm is and build some facility. They were the paid trainer for Saucon Valley School District, but that arrangement fell apart. And the school district switched to Lehigh Valley Health Network. I'm not exactly sure why. But all of this concerned me, that a so-called nonprofit worth in excess of $1 billion was involving itself in politics, especially here in Lower Saucon Township, while it's employing our neighbors, and we're relying upon it for health care. And it's not paying any taxes to us. So the reason why we voted for that letter was to address those concerns. And we wrote first to the St. Luke's board. We gave them the opportunity to answer those questions. Each and every one of them, I believe, I believe the letter was actually addressed to Joe Booba, who's sitting here in the audience, because he was representing St. Luke's, and the request was made to him to disseminate that letter to the board, because he was representing them, for a response, and they didn't respond to it. I don't remember getting a response. And as a result of that, and as a result of a letter that we got back from Mr. Booba, not from the individual members of the board, where that there's nothing to see here. There's nothing to be addressed. So that's why the letter was sent to the IRS. And I'll also point out to the public, conveniently, this motion is coming from Laura Ray. And if you go back and you look at the 3 cover-up girls campaign finance report, who donated to their campaign? Who donated to their campaign? Ed Naraki. How much did he donate? Around $500. Isn't that interesting? So the guy that wrote the letter, which is now under the scrutiny of the IRS, donated to their campaign $500. Now, I don't know who else from St. Luke's may have donated to their campaign. What I do know is that when I went to the courthouse and I went to the elections office and I pulled their campaign finance reports, their fourth report that was required under the law was missing. They couldn't give me a copy of it. So we don't know, at least I don't know, because that report was not available to me, who may have donated to them during that time. Maybe other people from St. Luke's, maybe not. So I know what you're gonna do with this motion. I know you're gonna approve it because I know what your feelings are on St. Luke's. And, you know, it raises another question to me. St. Luke's has taken a position that has been adverse to this township in terms of its tax base. We have a landfill expansion that was approved, a new host agreement that will bring in over $70 million to the township over a period of 18 years to help keep taxes down. And the question I raise is this a quid pro quo? With St. Luke's, is this a quid pro quo to get St. Luke's to cooperate on this landfill derangement syndrome that seems to be affecting people on this council, to get some support from a larger entity to try to push back on that landfill? I don't know, but I bet we'll find out at some point when there's some pretty heavy-duty litigation involving the landfill in St. Luke's. The other thing I'll point out is, just because you're gonna, and I know you're gonna rescind this letter, but that doesn't mean that I can't send a letter as a member of the Saucon Council. It doesn't mean that Tom Carochi can't either. And it also doesn't mean that we can't send that letter to the local Philadelphia IRS office, which perhaps would pay greater attention to something that's taking place like this right in your backyard. So do what you're gonna do. I know what you're gonna do. I think it's wrong what you're doing, especially when the township residents have spoken up with concerns about this. Cover it up, do what you're gonna do.
Okay, well, I'm going next, and I have no problem sending the letter to Victoria.
I agree with sending a letter.
Laura?
I don't have anything else to say.
I think we should also copy it to the Philadelphia office. Okay, so there's a motion on the floor, and I'm gonna open it up to the public.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. I'm Joe Buba, representing St. Luke's University Health Network.
Just tilt your mic up a little bit more.
Is that better? Joe Buba, representing St. Luke's University Health Network. I'm not going to take a lot of time. I was hoping, I've been to thousands of these meetings over my life, and it seemed like the temperature was going down a little bit, which is good. And this gentleman, I'm sorry, I don't know your name, but he said something when you were talking about the Hellertown Library, saying, let's continue our relationship with Hellertown. It's been a great partner. And I think if there's a theme with the new board, it should be continuing and perhaps enhancing relationships. And I will add St. Luke's to that. St. Luke's has been a tremendous partner in every municipality in which it has located hospitals or health systems. Don't take my word for it. I've said this many times when a new hospital goes up, and I said, please check with the township manager of Bethlehem Township, Warwicksburg, Lehigh, Carbon, Monroe. I've asked them to do that because I know St. Luke's does in fact honor its commitments to townships. The suggestions Mr. Bononis talked about, St. Luke's building a new building in the township. He talked about receiving comments about the communication being arrogant, out of touch, not in line with the mission of St. Luke's. He talked about salaries of CEOs. By the way, those salaries are subject to IRS review. He talked about opposition to the landfill. Notice, none of those items had anything to do with the core issue, which is whether or not St. Luke's engaged in prohibited political activity. And in my response, I'm the only person, not Mr. Croce, not Mr. Bononis, or Mr. Treadwell, that provided counsel with any legal guidance on that core issue. And I noted,
IRS revenue ruling blank, blank, blank. Distinguishes allowable advocacy by nonprofits from prohibited political campaign intervention. The revenue ruling states that 501c3 organizations may take positions on public policy issues, including issues that divide candidates. I cited law. That's why the letter never should have been sent, because you had that letter in your hands and it was ignored by 3 council members in order to send the letter to the IRS. I'm not asking for any favors. I think it's the right thing to do, and I think it's a terrible waste of township resources. But what do the residents get out of that challenge? Mr. Croce and Mr. Bononis can write the IRS. Anybody can. The question is, what good does that letter do to for the residents of Lower Saucon Township? So I would suggest that as a good start in a reinitiation of a partnership and a relationship, that we get back to neutral ground. Neutral. I'm not asking for a favor. I'm just saying a neutral ground where no one takes an action just because of a certain level of animosity. Let's remember, the landfill is trying to expand next to the hospital. It seems like at least a legitimate argument by a hospital that we don't want a landfill there. I'm not asking for people to agree, but doesn't that sound like at least a legitimate position for someone to take? It's like a daycare saying, we don't want to have a jail next to us. It's a legitimate position. People may disagree, but why are we in this position? Thank you. I'm sorry.
You still have time.
I won't use it. Thank you.
Mr. Bill, I need some clarification on your letter. As I recall your letter, it started out with a personal attack in a very unprofessional manner toward our solicitor. And I also recall comments in your letter, and again, this is going back some time, the comments in your letter to the extent that the IRS has not ruled upon the subject that we were bringing forward. And in essence, you were encouraging us to ask the IRS to investigate that and act upon it because you cited to the IRS regulation. So you first attack our solicitor, and then you ask us, you point out to us what the law is and that the IRS controls this, and then you point out that the IRS hasn't issued any ruling on this, so we're just supposed to take your word and just not ask the IRS? Is that what you're suggesting?
Where in my letter does it say?
I don't have it in front of me, sir. This is going off my memory, and I would love to see it if you have a copy of it there.
I'll read it to you.
I don't need the whole letter read to me, sir. I can.
Well, you've just stated that I said in my letter, ask the IRS. There's
No,
no way.
you're the one that's highlighting the IRS.
But
Right? Hold on, no.
But you asked him a question, you should let him answer it. Why would you let him answer the question you asked?
Because he's not saying what my question, he's putting words in my mouth.
He's reading from the letter.
Sir, you're the one that brought up the IRS regulations, right?
I cited the law, yes.
Yeah, right. But the IRS never issued any ruling upon the matter that was at hand here, did it? So in essence, how do we know how the IRS is going to act if we don't submit what we have in front of us to the IRS? Sir, this is all probably a waste of time, because we all know how this is going to go. You know how this is going to go. But I just had to bring up that question for you.
Just bring it up. I'm never going to convince you, Jason, what this letter says. It's in black and white. Why would I put in a letter as a response, why don't you check with the IRS? Rather, I told you what the law was. I didn't say, so disregard what I said. I told you what the law, presuming that 3 lawyers would say, geez, we don't have anything on the other side. We better not go down this rabbit hole. That's not what you did.
Okay, we'll talk about that more, I'm sure.
Okay, thank you, sir. Next.
Bruce Petrie, Reddington Road. Yeah, our farm is located right next to the landfill expansion, so, where they want to expand is on a steep slope, like 30 degrees, which runs right into Bull Run, which runs right into the Lehigh. So you think he had problems with that train derailment with the diesel fuel leakage? You haven't seen nothing yet. And as far as income, $2 million for CEOs of large corporations, that's nothing. I mean, check out Jamie Dimon's benefit package. I mean, they get, stock options up the yazoo. Mr. Bononis' law firm, you could probably got some seven-figure guys there if I had to guess. So a couple $1 million, hey, in this America, it's great. So if somebody wants to make that money, more power to them. I have nothing against someone making good money. So as far as, you know, Jason, you also read about hospitals should be concerned with health. Well, yeah, right across from the landfill, not forgetting about the part about helicopters, the bird strikes going into the engines. We've been reading about those more around the country. So, yeah, the health is affected. And so I just, you know, wanted to point that out.
Mr. Luke, I just need to respond to you. Your letter says, quote, "The IRS determines whether the communication qualifies as allowable advocacy or prohibited campaign intervention by evaluating whether the statement contains any message directly or indirectly favoring or opposing a candidate." You said the IRS determines, right? Correct. Okay, and that's what we submit the letter to the IRS to make a determination. You agree that the IRS is the determining agency. We submitted a letter to the IRS to determine. End of story.
We've been so rude to you over the last year. I'm trying to make up.
That's the chair.
Andrea Witchin. First of all, my question is, have we heard any response from the IRS about this December 28th letter?
No.
Have we heard any indication that they're pursuing it or reviewing it, or has there been any indication at all?
We've received no response whatsoever.
Okay, so the statement that this is under review by the IRS was a lie, correct? We have no indication that that's true or not. Secondly, I'll point out that I have started 2 501c3s from scratch. I'm well aware of the rules regarding political involvement on the part of a nonprofit organization, and nothing in that St. Luke's letter comes even within waving distance of it. And then finally, perhaps Mr. Bononis will get a chance someday to talk about the PAC that's been supporting your running for office. That might be interesting.
Thank
What
you.
PAC you're
Next
referring to?
person.
What PAC you're referring to? Because I'm not familiar with any PAC that was supported.
You're pretty stupid.
Oh, okay.
All right, that's not appropriate.
That's not appropriate.
Sure, because there's 2 sets of rules. She can say whatever she wants.
I
Mr.
just
Delaney, you can.
addressed it. I just addressed it,
You
Jason.
never.
You know, I don't
Okay,
argue with him. He's not worth it.
let's.
Who wants to go next?
It's not worth it.
That's the
I'm
new
never
coordinator.
getting anywhere.
That's the new coordinator.
See?
Please address the chair.
Why don't you have the gentleman in the audience stop interrupting him while he's standing at the podium?
He's turning and talking to me, that's why, that's not interruption.
He's, Mr. Boulon, could you please?
I'm sorry, I didn't say a word to this man.
Liar.
Hold on, everybody stop. Everybody, hold on, everybody stop. Hold on.
I'm sorry, I've got the floor.
No, you don't.
Miss-
Wait a second.
I do have the floor.
No.
Stop.
She is the chair. You are not the chair.
Here's what we're gonna do. Why don't
No,
we
you're
start-
not
start the
elected.
clock at
She is
5?
elected.
Start the clock at 5
Madam
minutes.
President,
Go
do
ahead,
I have
sir.
the floor or not?
Now you do. Go ahead.
Oh, no, not because of you. I'm asking her. I need to address the chair. That is the rules that she has put forth, is it not?
Start the clock, please.
I'm sorry, I'd like an answer to that, because I do go over the rules, all 30 of them.
You do have the floor, so
Thank you.
Mr.
Thank
Delaney,
you.
you started the clock before you began your
Yeah.
comments. I don't know who responded.
just back it up to 5.
Yes, and I did look over here. I did not address him until he addressed me. All right, as a matter of fact, let's talk about this St. Luke's letter, because my wife got one, and she didn't like it one bit. All right, she's not gonna be here tonight, but she didn't like it, and she doesn't like her records and email used for political purposes, and that's exactly what she said to me. So regardless of what the attorney who gets paid, I don't know, $500 an hour? Now, he's been here for, actually, let's talk about some money. He's been here for 3 meetings, right? And I'm sure here we are at 9 o'clock, so we're gonna round out by 10, so it's easy for computation. So we're talking 4 hours times 3 meetings, at times $500 an hour. You know what? They could have populated that whole land-side in the landfill with trees forever. And it's up to the landfill people are doing it, and St. Luke's is screaming and yelling about, can you imagine having to look out the window and seeing the size of that? Now, I know some people can't take the heat when they're in the kitchen, so they just up and leave, but I don't. And that's not the end of it. We can talk about many other things, like there is absolutely no proof that I've heard about this landfill contaminating these rivers. And I challenge anybody here to give it to me. I will say this though, there's clear proof that nothing other than the sewage facility of Bethlehem dumps raw sewage when they get overloaded. How's that go down Mr. Anderson's drain when it rolls by his healthcare facility? Bet he loves that, okay? So let's get some facts. If you've got the facts, you can prove it. All I hear is the landfill does this, the landfill does that, and there's no proof. By the way, they just bought another $900,000 worth of land. That's about $6,000 per acre. I don't hear anybody say anything about that. Oh, that's okay. And by the way, yes, I understand you said tonight, you bought your house in '85, or you've lived there since '85. Well, gee, did you know a landfill was going in there? I mean, it's like having an airport and you're building your backyard and saying, gee, I don't like the noise. Anyhow, I'd like to see proof. And the only way you can get it is not somebody else's opinion, because everybody has an opinion. It's like the nose on their face. And they'll be more than happy to tell you what they think, because they heard it from whatever. This newspaper, that newspaper, and we heard tonight the real proof from the experts that said why this happened. No, it wasn't water running down the hill. No, it wasn't drunk engineering. No, it was none of that. All right? So let's keep to the facts. Jeez. That letter, if anybody thinks for a second that corporation, that one point, and I looked up their taxes too, by the way, it's online, and they don't pay any taxes to Lower Saucon. And yet, we have a person who again and again and again pushes his way, demands to be heard, and what happens? Well, of course, howdy.
Okay, please, quiet.
There she is. She's right here.
I'm correct.
Why don't you kick her out? Thank you.
Please, please, please. You're making it
At
worse.
least I didn't get the finger. All right, so the bottom line is, the landfill, right, I never got it, I know, isn't it funny? It's really
I'm not
pathetic, isn't it?
laughing.
No, you know, you're just smiling. I got it.
I can smile if I want.
Right, and look, Priscilla,
Oh my God.
I'm sorry, Mr. President.
Yes, it's Mrs. DeLeon to you.
Mrs.?
Miss, whatever.
Okay, and I did look up in the minutes to make sure that I had it right, and it was MS.
And they use, it's interchangeable. And I'm not taking up your time. You can
That's
have
fine. It doesn't matter, because you're gonna do whatever you want. And yes, when this fella asks for facts and data, you don't go to him, you don't go to Bubba, you go to the IRS, because that's what you're dealing with. They make the ruling. And by the way, I'd still like those letters that you wrote to. Okay, yeah, I guess I wrote it up.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Russ?
My wife and I have been registered nurses for almost 70 years combined. And St. Luke's is a very big asset to our area. They own property all the way down to the river, and that's why they're concerned about leachate runoff, and it does run off to the side of the mountain, because I have pictures of it. I can prove the fact that that leachate runs into the river. And also, it happens every time there's a heavy rain. And then it doesn't help that the sewer plant, when there's more than 2 inches, they open all the sludge and let all the contaminants go into the river. And there's proof that there's DEP has been cited to dump many times for violations. There is no fact that it hasn't. They have a lot of violations. And St. Luke's is looking after our health and well-being. They're concerned about our health and the concerned about our environment. And if we're not concerned about our environment, who's going to take care of it? And the dump certainly isn't going to take care of our environment. And the whole point being is, there's no way that that is a safe operation and that it doesn't affect the people in the area, because it definitely does. I had 2 letters from my physicians saying when that stuff becomes airborne, it can damage your lungs. And I have a lot of other people, and there's a lot of witnesses that have proof that there's been a lot of problems with it and health issues. And also, I don't know if people know, methane can travel underground as well as above ground. So it can go enter into your houses. And we're in Steel City. Steel City's water got contaminated by the dump, and we had to get water. So, I mean, and we didn't get anything from the dump to pay for our city water being put in. So it got contaminated from the old dump plus the present dump. And they also had radioactive waste up there and everything else. So don't tell me how safe that is. So again, St. Luke's is a benefactor, not a distractor.
Thank you. Next. If you want to go, Mary Ann, you know how to get there.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize that you were telling me to come up. Thank you for clarifying that.
Usually people use words when they recognize you.
Pardon me?
I said usually people use words when they recognize you.
My name's Mary Ann Garber, and I represent the Bethlehem landfill, and I just need the record to be absolutely clear that there is absolutely no evidence that there is leachate coming from the landfill down the north slope, that there is leachate going anywhere but through the permanent leachate management system. There is no evidence that there was any water contamination in the Steel City wells as a result of the landfill. This has all been confirmed time and time again by DEP. And I can appreciate that people have the opportunity to come up here and offer public comment, but I have to set the record straight when there are allegations that are made with absolutely no basis. And I think it's incumbent upon this council to make it clear that these kinds of allegations without any basis are inappropriate, particularly because these are public meetings, these are televised, and people in the township are hearing allegations, and it's very important to understand that there's no basis for those allegations.
Okay, thank you, Mary Ann. Okay, who wants to go next? Okay, I guess we have a vote on the floor. We have a roll call,
Vote to
please.
send a letter to the IRS.
And I need to amend my motion to also include, or Laura, can I ask you to amend your motion to include sending it to Philadelphia also? And also-
Sure, and we'll also send it to the Philadelphia IRS office.
Mr. Manonis, how do you vote?
No.
Ms. Aptos-Cadera?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeo?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Can I just ask for clarification? So long ago, was the motion to direct the solicitor to send that letter? Or
I don't believe the motion indicated who was going to send it, but,
Somebody was gonna send it.
but the initial letter came from the township manager, the solicitor, one would anticipate it to be the same individuals.
Okay, thank you. Next we have on the agenda, Lutz Franklin Schoolhouse Park sign. Township staff.
Priscilla, can I make a clarification then on one of the comments that was made in the past? I didn't want to interrupt the speaker, but Mr. Boulan was referring to the solicitor's rate per hour as $500 per hour, and that's not correct. So it's on the record. His rate is $180 per hour, I believe. What's the amount? Is that right? Yes. So,
If I may,
just letting you know.
if I may, Madam President,
In response to what Laura just said?
in response, I was referring to Mr. Bubba's rate,
Oh,
okay?
My name is
okay, it
Mr.
wasn't
Buba.
clear.
My name's Mr. Buba, and
I'm
I would,
sorry.
and I would appreciate if someone could go to the microphone and say, a
unless someone says something that's fact-based, they can't say.
All right. I was referring to Mr. Bubba, Bubba. Is that correct, sir? I'm sorry, I'm very sorry.
That just wasn't clear
I get
enough
mine
to me.
butchered all the time, and it gets to be old hat. Mr. Bubba, all right, Abula Lenson, et cetera. What I was referring to was that instead of spending all the time here that he spent for 4 sessions at probably 4 hours per, and I'm sure he's, all of that could be applied to the side of that hill and turned it into flowers and trees and everything.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, moving on, we have West Franklin Schoolhouse Park sign. Township staff received a quote to replace a sign at the Woods Franklin Schoolhouse. The new sign will be designed using weather-resistant material at a cost of $1,995. I'd like to make that motion to authorize payment. Is there a second?
I'll make the second.
Okay. And Jason, comments?
I just have a question for Mark. Last year we renamed Woodland Hills Preserve after Sandy Yerger. Have we ordered signs for that?
Yeah, we have the sign in stock. It has not been installed because it's snowing and we just haven't been able to get back to it.
That's the only question I had regarding the signs. Thank you.
Okay, I have no comments. Victoria?
No, I think it's a great idea.
I think, I was at the meeting when they discussed this at the Historical Society, so I think this is how they wanted it wording, so as long as Karen,
We checked with Karen. Karen's approved the sign.
yeah, okay, great. I know they wanted to have the mention of the National Registry on it. Great, I think it's beautiful.
I think it's beautiful. I'm glad they included that. I don't think that's on the Hiller Homestead sign, right? They didn't put that on.
No, again, we worked with the Heller Homestead to have their sign made the way they wanted, so.
It's too bad, yeah. Okay, okay, so anybody in the audience like to speak on this? Okay, let's move on then to a roll call.
Victoria, Ms. Altapador,
Yes.
Ms. Ray,
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon,
Yes.
Mr. Benonis.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay, moving on. We have the accept the resignation of the township manager. The township received a letter of resignation from our manager, Mark Hudson, on Friday. Mark has been with us for, what, about 18 months? And he will be a loss to the township.
Thank you.
I wish him only the best, and I will say more words in 2 weeks. Just to prepare you. And this time, I would like to make a motion to accept his resignation with regret. Would there be a second?
I wish I didn't have to accept it, but I say, yeah, I'll second it.
Yeah, okay. Jason?
So I'm sure the public is probably wondering what we can expect going forward. And, I echo, I thought Mark was a great fit for the township. I thought he had a great personality. He still does have great personality. He's highly competent. It's unfortunate that he's decided to move on. He had a good team of people under him. I'm sure they're going to be affected by this. And I'm sure the residents are wondering how they're going to be affected by this as well. And if history is any indication, I don't think this will be good for the township. I think we're going to have literally and figuratively more train wrecks. I think what we can expect is there's going to be more secrecy. I point back to my right to know requests. Many of those requests were denied, potentially covering up the existence of responsive records. I think you're going to see the use of non-township email addresses for official township business. I found that in my right to know requests. Hillary DeLeon herself uses 3 separate email addresses that are not township email addresses. They're Priscilla DeLeon 0925 @yahoo.com, Pris, P-R-I-S, DeLeon @AOL.com, and DeLeon Priscilla at PT. Well, they're used for official township business, so please don't interrupt me. Can you please not have to interrupt me? The DeLeon Priscilla at ptd.net. And then you also have Laura Ray uses a personal address for township business, and that is Max and Cabo, C-A-B-O, @yahoo.com. And Victoria uses one called Victoria Optop @yahoo.com. So I I think you're gonna see more secret communications to and from those email addresses on official township business, straight from the Hillary Clinton School of Good Governance and covering up, and maybe we'll get some bleach bit as well. So I think you're also gonna see more preparation of secret work documents detailing their strategies and the execution to keep those from the public eye. You have Laura Ray's December 28th email. It's like a working document where she talks about all these things that I went over earlier with Mark Freed. You're also going to have more unwillingness to listen to what is in the best interest of the township and instead defer solely to Priscilla De Leon. And I'll point to this one quotation here. It says, "Need your guidance on these issues and how to strategically deal with two other members of council when they will not follow directions from Priscilla, who will be council president." So it's not about representative government, it's about instead following Priscilla's directions, obey or else. You're gonna see more violations of the township codes. You're gonna see appointments, and for example, here's a quote from one of their emails, "Need to see who all we have at the end of Thursday," end quote, and another one is, quote, "We don't have to list the names, just to say them on Tuesday." So all these appointments to these various committees that took place on January 2nd were not at the recommendation of the township manager. You may recall I asked who is involved in that, and the township manager is the one supposed to be making those recommendations to the council, and then it gets the approval of the council. But instead, these appointments were done at the recommendation of the council and approved by the council. So what that makes this is that their appointments to these councils and committees are invalid. My position is that it subjects their decisions that they make that may be adverse to certain people and their interests invalid, and I think it potentially subjects the township to challenges invalidating and wasting the taxpayer dollars. And another example of this is November 20th, 2023, Laura Ray asked, "Why do we want to have liaisons to the various committees?" I'm sorry, who do we want to have as liaisons to the various committees? Yet again, usurping the manager's authority, and again exposing the decisions of these committees to challenge on lack of proper appointments. You're also going to see more wasted taxpayer dollars. For example, in PSATs, here's a quote, "Make the motion specific to include mileage and expenses." So somebody really wants to make sure they get every dollar for their annual taxpayer subsidized boondoggle to Hershey. Don't eat too much of the chocolate. You're going to have lining the pockets of their friends with taxpayer dollars. You already heard about the library today. Motion to pay a bill for services in 2022 when there was no bill that was owed. Services were not provided for any bill, and to directly, stop interrupting me. You're also going to have more landfill derangement syndrome. They're talking about retaining pricey consultants without any oversight. Here's one, quote, "Find out resolution that restricted consultants from taking action before bringing it back to council," end quote. So what they want to do is they want to give unfettered discretion to a third party hired by them to harass the landfill without any oversight by township council or public comment, and we're going to pay that consultant to do that with taxpayer dollars. You're also going to see more misunderstanding of the role of the controller as an auditor, not as a financial planner. They're proposing having a controller report for future meetings. And what's significant here is there's an email from Lynn Hill on December 13, 2023, who apparently acknowledges that she doesn't know what she's doing in this role. She says, "Thank you for bearing with me as I become acclimated to fund accounting." And then there's a series of emails in December from her on the subject, "Lynn's questions on 2024 budget. Despite the role of the controller as an auditor, i.e. looking back to 2023 and money that was spent, not a financial planner looking forward." We already have a financial planner right here. We have Kathy. But, you know, they want to convolute those roles to the detriment of the township. You're going to get more lies about setting the agenda, especially when we get another hand-picked stooge to become the township manager. You've got an email from Mark Hudson to Priscilla, December 27, 2023, giving her a draft agenda for her review, but yet he told the public that he's the one who sets the agenda, not her. So we know it's going to be Priscilla who's going to be setting the agenda. Consider that how you want. You're not going to get a lot of value from whomever they hire. We pay Mark over $135,000. I expect that we're going to pay whoever else it is a lot more than that to come in. The marketplace is tight. I'm sure that Mark got a great position. I'm happy for him. I hope it works out well for him and his family. You're going to get more of those secret meetings and deliberations and decisions among the cover-up girls and their new manager, maybe they take place away from the township offices. We already talked about that process with Mark Freed and his hiring. You know, you're gonna have more violations of the Sunshine Law Act. Here's one. You're gonna have this council getting involved in personnel matters, and that's improper. The township manager is the person who's supposed to be overseeing his staff, and if he has an issue, he's supposed to bring it to the council's attention. So it seems like whomever they're gonna hire is gonna be creating a hostile workplace. And I'll give you an example. Jim Young, who's not here, I hope he's listening, or I hope somebody tells him, you may wanna go out and get yourself a good employment lawyer for the cover-up girls' apparent plans to get rid of you by whatever means. And the taxpayers, if you're listening, you should get ready for a wrongful termination lawsuit by Jim Young and perhaps a settlement that you're gonna pay for. Because they've made it clear, they said the following: we've heard many complaints against the zoning officer. How best to handle removing the zoning officer? Can we use a consulting agency instead? Any recommendations? So they already have a preconceived notion that they want to remove the zoning hearing officer who's been with the township for a long time and has done a pretty good job. You're going to hear from them that they want to get a resolution to direct the finance director to work with the elected controller. That's fine working on auditing, retrospective, but not in the financial plan. That's what her job is. That's what Kathy's job is, and that's why she's in that role. You're going to hear about other landfill consultants that they want to hire. You're going to hear about fire services, labor solicitor. You're going to hear about this miserable blogger propaganda to indoctrinate the new manager. They're going to be sharing those articles and stories that are, you know, half-truths and lies with the new manager to make sure that he's in line. You're going to get ignoring information provided by the manager because it doesn't align with their preordained agendas, and that's very clear in some of these right-to-know requests. You're going to get non-elected individuals, perhaps with agendas that don't align with the taxpayers' interests, to direct township affairs. And I'll direct you to back to Victoria's email that I mentioned earlier, November 15, 2023, where she wrote to Mark Freed soliciting his services as the new solicitor. And that referral was made by a quote friend, Charles Elliott. So who is Charles Elliott? Charles Elliott is an environmental lawyer in Easton. He served on Easton's Planning Commission, the EAC. He's also a member of Catalytic Strategies. What is Catalytic Strategies? Catalytic Strategies concentrates in land use, zoning, and environmental issues. It offers specialized advice on environmental and human rights issues and conflicts and issues. It halts improper waste disposal, and it is engaged in legal actions. It was involved in the natural gas pipeline opposition. Quote, where citizens challenge projects requiring land use approvals, his decades of experience in zoning and planning issues can be decisive. He also serves on the Lehigh Valley Planning Commission. Does that explain why these three voted to have township taxpayers pay for the Lehigh Valley Planning Commission to try to educate the unqualified and underqualified people that they put on the committees and the commissions? Maybe so. The other members of the Catalytic Strategies, you've got Armin Elliott, he's the visual storyteller guy for them. Maro Elliott does the Nonprofit Development Administration. James Elliott does photojournalism. Joe Welsh is a lawyer who does political organizing and campaigns and has experience working for Harold Washington's campaign in Chicago, Illinois, to the Pennsylvania General Assembly, judicial races in Indiana, New Jersey, Arkansas. He also works in computer technology and database management. Scott Satterstrom, community organizing, coalition building, media work, public speaking, advocacy, and corporate research. He worked for Greenpeace. You've got Thomas Elliott, who's a former Democratic Party chair for Northampton County and a delegate to the National Democratic Party Convention, who's involved in civil litigation, zoning, planning and development matters, deep knowledge of local government and decision-making as a solicitor. You've got Glenn Nelson, a professional conservationist who's involved in ecological monitoring and hazardous waste operations. And you've got Roger Nelson, who works with open source technology systems, who helps activist organizations set up secure communications, quote, where privacy is mission critical, end quote, using anonymity software for activists to maintain privacy to operate day to day. So those are the folks that they may be consulting with as they go forward on their merry campaign to ruin Lower Saucon Township. Got another example here that confirms that. There was another email. Victoria sent an email to Sean, I believe that's Charles Elliott, December 18, 2023, asking for suggestions for a landfill consultant, and also contacting Jill from LVPC for recommendations. Jill suggested Dave Allen, but he already does work for the landfill gas and stormwater management. Dave Allen suggested Colliers, who does work for Williams Township and Schrin Landfill, and I can assure you we don't want to be Williams Township and Schrin Landfill. Priscilla offered to call Bob Zelli. They were considering bringing back Larissa, but Priscilla determined that her name was off the list because she was retired. They plan to talk with Rich Sickler to see if he was available and to testify on hydrogeology. They plan to talk to Drew presumably Germanowski, if he would be willing to review the form used when they came in and consider them for the landfill committee. And in Victoria's email, she asked Charles Elliott who they should hire and what types of consultants they should look for. So they're going to this group or this individual, and they're looking for guidance as to how they can create more bureaucracy in the township and more expense to the township. In addition to that, looks like Charles Elliott undertook some activities on their behalf because he reviewed the new host agreement, and he said that the firm, he had recommended AMO Environmental. He talked about Section C under the new host agreement, and it looks like there was consideration of appointing an independent professional engineering firm to give an opinion justifying opposition to landfill expansion. And he offered further discussion and feedback. So I'm sure we'll get some more information on that from the transparent group we have here. It's not clear who retained Mr. Elliott, or if he was retained to provide these opinions, what else was asked of him. Was he paid? Was he paid by whom? Was the township billed? I don't know the answers to that. You're going to get more landfill derangement syndrome. You're going to get comments like the very controversial landfill expansion with Bethlehem landfill, going over the frivolous lawsuits. You're going to get more efforts against the township interests in violation of their sworn duties. You're going to raise your taxes once again. And I'll give you another quote here. Once we take office, we intend to reverse the council position on these lawsuits and join with the litigants in their challenges. So essentially, they want to sue the township and eliminate almost $80 million of taxable revenue. And then they talked about wanting to end the lawsuits and rejoin the various collaborations of Lower Saucon Township and Hellertown Borough. You're going to get more, joint defense agreement with the landfill attorney. They want to stop this. But first, should we get?
What does this have to do
but
with
first, can you
the
please hold on,
whole motion? This is ridiculous.
Can I please finish?
Your 5 minutes are up.
Yeah.
I'm just sorry.
We like to say Mark did a great job in not deal with all this.
Can you please
put
let
this
me
on
finish? Can you get control of this room, please, so I can finish my comments? I am an elected member of council.
Talking.
I'm still elected member of council. Thank you. Joint defense agreement with the landfill. They want to stop this, but first, they want to get some of the privileged information first before doing this. So they may already be in breach of that agreement, that joint defense agreement, and maybe the landfill ends up suing the township and those individually responsible for that. You got more wasted taxpayer money. They want to hire environmental engineers to review and critique Hanover. It's too bad that Brian left, but maybe somebody will tell them that they want to review and critique Hanover Engineering's work or anything that they do with the landfill. And they want to pay essentially what they want to do is they want to pay somebody else to oversee the work that Hanover's doing. So where does it end? Should we hire somebody to oversee that person as well? It goes on and on and on. I guess when all their pals get paid, that's when it ends. I see you're going to have another termination on the horizon. Scott Brown, if you're listening, you too appear to be a marked man unless you get in line and ramp up your criticism of the landfill, regardless of the lack of professional basis that you offer to support your opinions. You're going to get some more ignorant, uninformed, knee-jerk, benevolence and Carochi or bad decision-making. You're going to get the nonsense that's taking place out on Easton Road, where they have not looked into any aspect of that, have not contacted any of the individuals out there by email, by text, anything in writing to investigate that rezoning and what the rezoning does to alleviate the burdens to those homeowners. And if you want to talk about, I'll just move on from that. You're going to get higher taxes. It's very clear you're going to keep getting higher taxes. You're going to get more gatherings of the community scholarly minds to fleece the township. You got Priscilla, Victoria, Laura. You've got Andrew Witchen, who's been involved in communications with them. Lynn Hill, Chris Gurrow, Tina Krasnansky, Stacy Mazinski, talking about budget issues. That's who's making budgeting decisions or budgeting input. And in fact, Andrea Witchen offered her sage counsel with concerns about raising taxes back up to the original amount, quote, "But there may be other ways to creatively revise expense items to offset the hit," end quote. You're gonna get more secret meetings in violation of their sworn oaths. They had secret meetings or communications with Priscilla and Tom Rieger about the Hellertown Lower Saucon future. They had a Zoom meeting that was scheduled sometime at or around November 30th. They looped in Ken Solt to share with them the library team. I wonder what confidential information related to litigation was shared during that discussion. Again, you're gonna have violations of their sworn duties to the taxpayers and residents of this township. And it's just inexplicable. But that explains to me why Priscilla was so bent out of shape about my right to know request. And it also explains to me why her stooges that stand up here and complain about the right to know request, they'd rather.
Calling, that's out there.
I didn't name anybody individual.
I don't care, you were inferring.
I didn't name anybody individual, so I didn't name anybody individual, so there's nothing wrong with that. So why don't you jump down to people's throats when they start shooting their mouths up? But anyway, stop interrupting. So what we can expect, I gave you probably over 30 examples there of the incompetency, the duplicity, and the corruption that you're going to see, and it's going to be an absolute train wreck. And I can only imagine the quality of person that we're going to get as a manager. I don't blame Mark Hudson for moving on from this. I wouldn't want to be within a 50-foot pole. Congratulations to him. I wish him the best in his new role. God help whoever gets hired, and God help this township as well.
Okay, I'm going next. Did you call me Hillary DeLeon twice?
I corrected myself. I said, excuse me, Priscilla. Maybe it's a compliment to you, I don't know.
Again, as I said previously, that all the stuff that you mentioned was done prior to being sworn in. I was the elected official. I was allowed to meet with whoever I wanted to. Victoria and Laura were not sworn in until January 2nd, right here in front of everybody at 6:30, 20 of, whatever time the judge came to swear us in. And so, listen to whatever he says, believe it, but we were totally in our right to do what we did prior to January 2nd.
That's one of 30 things that I talked about.
Excuse me?
Hold on.
Now you're interrupting me.
Yes, I am.
Yes, and apologize.
No, I will not.
Well, then be quiet. So, again, I will reiterate that we, in my opinion, did not do anything illegal. And with that, Victoria?
I just want to make sure what we're on.
Yeah, we're on his resignation, how we got sidetracked. Sorry, Mark, this wasn't the way we should have done this.
I want to thank Mark for all of his time with us. It's been a pleasure to meet him. He has served us with utmost dignity, professionalism, and I wish him the best of luck and his family in his future endeavors. Thank you for all you've done for us.
Yes, did a best.
Priscilla, how many managers have quit on your watch?
Laura, you're out of order. Laura?
Yes, so I was sad to hear this news as well. Mark was great to work with, I will say, on both sides of the fence as a council person. He's very efficient as a manager and as a resident. On the other side, he was always responsive to anything you asked. So I would be sorry to see him leave, yes, and I understand why he would leave.
Okay, with that then, open up to the floor for public comment.
I try to remind the public that this is on the topic of the resignation of the township manager for everybody.
That's what your comment should address.
Didn't Mr. Bononis open up the floor?
Sir, just
Please.
stay on top. Just go ahead. You got your 5 minutes.
It has to be on the resignation of the township manager. That's the agenda topic.
Okay, if somebody on council would have had the urgency and the outlook towards the township as well as Mark Hudson did, we wouldn't be in any of this fiasco. Mark, I do need to see you after the meeting concerning my right to know request. Okay?
I'll want you forever.
Um, I annoyed you, you should have told me so. And, I expect the truth out of everybody. And it's far and few that we got that from the last council.
Thank you.
Best wishes.
Next. I will.
Will Morrison. Mark, sorry we had to meet this way. And it's even already, it's unfortunate. But I have seen the job that you have been doing. You have served this township and, I mean, with respect. And certainly, you know, we're not fighting every war, right? We're not fighting Ellertown, we're not fighting, you know, the hospital. We're not fighting codes, we're not fighting the council, but you stay very straight and steady, and you keep us, you know, on target. One thing that we could do, we could all get up and walk out, right? But, you know, that's not, I don't think that would serve the purpose. So congratulations, and thank you for your service.
Next.
Robert Blasco, Lower Saucon Township. Last summer at the very first meeting that we had at Saucon Fire Company, as I walked out with my wife and granddaughter to go to lunch that day, a man came up to me and started walking beside me, please bear with me, and bumping up against my shoulder. He started saying things like, you know, you better watch what you say in there. You better be cautious. Remember that guy that was objecting to the Shrine landfill, somebody ended up beating him up with a hammer. You gotta watch what you're saying. This is true, it's verified. Mark Hudson will verify that I made a police report. I didn't think much of it at first, didn't even tell my wife about it for 2 weeks, and when I did, she said, you better call the police and let them know what happened, give them a description of the guy, in case anything does happen. And I did it for my wife's benefit more than anything else. And Mark sat in a meeting with the chief and I and listened to this. He was very polite, very professional. I have the utmost respect for Mark Hudson. I shook his hand earlier and hugged him and told him with my heart, Mark, I'm sorry to see you go. Thank you much for your service to this community.
Thank you, Bob. Okay, next. Anyone? Okay.
Andrea Witchin. I moved here from Hanover Township. It was back then a very disputatious place. I figured I was moving someplace that was perhaps under better control. Clearly, I was wrong. However, I have been amazed at your ability to behave in a professional manner over the last year and 6 months, 18 months, whatever. I appreciate, having been in executive positions, how important it is to be able to maintain your equanimity in all kinds of difficult situations. And although once or twice we have perhaps disagreed on the speed with which something got done, other than that, I have had no reason to doubt your professionalism or the fact that you are making legal, honest decisions. And I now envy my former neighbors back in Hanover Township. I hope you do as well for them as you have tried to do for us. Thank you.
Okay, next. Anybody next?
Adam Callan, Steel City. I've been coming to these meetings a while, and I just want to say that you always struck me as a very level-headed man. Thank you for your service to the township, and good luck.
Thank you. Okay, if there's no other public comment,
How could you not comment? how can you not comment on Mark Hudson? And if you recall, 2 weeks ago, I said, one of the most important, if not the most important person on the council dies up here, was Mark Hudson. And I meant it with all sincerity. He's a professional through and through, no doubt about it. You will have to toe the line with Mark because he tells it like it is. Right? I don't work with him behind doors, I don't know any of that, but I have sat down with him a few times on various items. He is really solid. What really worries me is he's the pillar in the room for all the professionals we have. What worries me is who's gonna go after him, because he's not here to hold back the tide. He's been here 18 months. Well, what's going on in the last 18 months? Who's been running the show here? Well, that's changed hands, and now Mark's gonna go. You can speculate all you want, but we will find out in the next 5, 6, whatever months, who else, if anybody else, and I hope nobody else follows. But I unfortunately have my other feelings. Mark, you're great. I don't care where you go. You're worth $1 million, not 138,000. You really are. God bless you.
Thank you for those comments. Anyone else? Okay, then can we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Ray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. D. Lim?
Yes.
Mr. Benoit?
This council's on their third, albeit interim solicitor, now without a manager in 60 days. No.
Ms. Aptoff-Kader?
As I said earlier, regrettably, yes. Good luck.
Motion passes.
Next, we have discussion and possible action on township manager search. That has in their packet a proposal from Keystone Municipal Solutions. And I guess I would like to make a motion to approve the engagement letter from Keystone Municipal Solutions of Harrisburg, effective today, for recruitment services with Chad Saylor as the project manager, and appoint myself and Victoria on the search committee. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, and I just would like to follow up and say that on Friday, after receiving Mark's resignation letter, I called PSAS, that's our state association for township supervisors, and spoke with Scott Coburn, and he recommended this firm. I told him the position that we were in, and that we were looking for another manager, unfortunately. And he suggested Keystone Municipal Solutions, and I called and talked to Chad Saylor and asked him to send us a proposal, and the council received the proposal. So, I don't have the contract in front of me, but the cost would be, where's the cost? Here. Our fee for the engagement is $10,500. The fee includes the cost of advertising the positions through International City County Management Association, Pennsylvania Municipal League, Pennsylvania State Association of Association of Townships. Our engagement letter requires a payment of 50%, $5,250 of the total fee at the start of the engagement, and the remaining 50%, $5,250 of the fee will be due and payable following the selection of a candidate or 90 days following commencement, and it goes on, say what the compensation is. So that's what I did to try to get a manager, have a manager search. So, Jason, questions, discussion?
Yeah, this is another knee-jerk reaction. We have an assistant manager who's sitting right here, certainly competent and qualified to take this role. I don't know if that was considered. I would assume it was not, or if it was, maybe the writing's on the wall for Kathy. I don't understand why we're paying a firm to do this. We previously found an interim solicitor in Peter, and this was before Kathy was the assistant township manager. We didn't have to use a firm and waste taxpayer money to try to recruit or locate somebody, and we found a highly competent and qualified manager in Mark Hudson. This is laziness. This is using taxpayer money to do the job that you cannot do or don't want to do. You cannot do it because you don't know who to ask within the network of township managers, or you don't want to be burdened by it and you want to use taxpayer money for it. This is not acceptable. Township residents should be upset not only with the resignation of Mark, the fact that he's leaving under the circumstances that he's leaving, the fact that we're now on a third solicitor in 60 days, or interim solicitor in 60 days, and then you're just going to spend more money. You know, you can't keep throwing money at problems, okay? You need to actually address the problems. It's just like, let's add some more regulations on instead of enforcing the regulations that we have. You'll never get your act together. It's a shame.
Okay, my recollection is after we lost, Leslie Young left, I believe council hired a firm, I don't recall the name of it, and that's how we got Peter Marshall, who was acting interim manager, but part of his role was to also do the search for the manager while he was being paid to be here. So we actually paid somebody to be here in the role, and then did the search and came up with Mark. So we did do a similar thing. I won't say it was exact, because it wasn't exactly, but we did do a similar thing.
Oh, it's entirely different.
You had your turn to talk, you're not responding.
You're miscommunicating with the public.
No, I am not.
There was no firm that was hired, Peter was found, Peter was hired as an interim.
Worked for a firm.
Peter's money was less than what we paid for a township manager, and then we embarked on gathering resumes, advertising, interviewing, and hiring. Totally different.
Okay, so I stick by my comments, okay?
I'm sure you do.
And it is what it is.
It's a
Victoria?
lie.
It is not a lie, Jason, I am not a liar.
I was there, Priscilla.
I was too.
I was there.
And I am not a liar, and I object to that.
I'm telling you, it was a lie. You can object all you want.
Victoria?
Thank you. So for the public's benefit, it seems to be very customary that when a municipality loses any one of their staff members, that they would seek outside professional assistance in obtaining a qualified candidate. So we are certainly not the first municipality that's ever hired a firm to help us with the very important role of finding a manager, and we won't be the last. And I think for the public's benefit, we want our staff to be concentrating on our township business at hand, and certainly undertaking a search that would require multiple interviews and things like that would be something that I want a professional firm that's able to communicate with the various professional associations and whatnot. I also think importantly for the residents to see is that this is not something strictly undertaken by certain members of council. A lot of allegations are made about partisanship and things like that, and I think this particular move to retain an agency to assist us in the process shows that there is professionalism and integrity in what we are trying to do to try to make sure our township is placed in the best position moving forward in light of Mr. Hudson's resignation. So I think we should move forward with this. This would expeditiously help us in obtaining a manager, full-time manager in the future. I want to also thank Ms. Gorman in helping us moving forward, as she is the assigned assistant manager and will take over those duties as we move forward during this process.
Okay, Lauren?
Okay, well, I think given the circumstances here with the environment, the hostile environment, the rudeness, everything that goes on here, I think it's gonna be a difficult position to fill. So I do think it's best to go with a professional agency that has more resources and contacts to recruit for this type of position. So I think it will be worthwhile. We don't wanna be going for a long time looking for a manager.
Okay, public comments?
people, and it's gonna be hard to fill his shoes, period. I'm not sure I agree with Ms. Ray about that. I think if you don't know what you're doing in the position of council person, you can't even evaluate what's brought to you. You just don't know. So what you're saying is that nobody here, well, I shouldn't say anybody on this council, there's certain people here that clearly know what to look for. They're in business every single day at the highest level. And the bottom line is, if you're not there, you don't know how business works, you don't know who's good from bad, and you're relying on somebody else. So what I'm hearing here is, we're gonna replace Mark because we're gonna bring in this other group to evaluate it. Well, then what? Who's gonna make the decision? You, who? Right? You're all gonna sit together and truly go over this person's resume to see what they've done, what their bent is, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know, we haven't seen that yet. Clearly not in the solicitor solicitation. How's that? Pretty good, right? Bottom line is, I'd like to see more of that, and maybe open council meeting. I know, you gotta be, hide behind a door and talk about these things and they don't come out. Truly, I'd like to see some transparency, and when you select these people, when you get down to the final whatever, final four, let's bring them up and let town listen to who they are. Not just vote on them because you have the strength, you were voted in, and therefore you are supremely eligible to make those kinds of decisions. This guy runs the town every day, and he has to put up with all the shenanigans that go on from all the people that harp about this, that, and the other thing. So I would suggest that maybe the town gets a chance to look at your selection before you just, that's it, that's who we want. Thank you.
Anybody else want to speak?
Carol Riley, Minkus, Lower Saucon. I think it was a great idea for you guys to use the service, and I also recommend that they come and they sit here and they listen to the bantering and the bullying and the crap that goes on for hour after hour, so they know what they're actually getting into. Mark is very good. He sits there, he says nothing. I know you've had really bad encounters with people on the board, which is awful that you have to sit there with them. But I do think whoever does decide to come here should definitely come here and see what they're getting into before they are hired. Thank you.
Anybody else?
I'm gonna agree that it's probably a good idea to use a professional service to help in seeking somebody out. As I said to people before, everybody has good in them, even Mr. Mulan. But,
Okay,
So you can't do that.
you can't
Sure you
attack a
can.
resident. You can't
I
say
didn't
that.
attack nobody.
You, verbally you did, yes, I can do that, I'm sorry.
And everybody has good in them. Hey, okay.
Okay, Mark, please.
Yeah. But that's a good idea, that whoever you hire, the company, as well as the people that want the job, should come in and get experience at the town meetings in the audience, without anybody knowing who they are.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, may we have a roll call, please?
Ms. De Leon, how do you vote? Mr. Bononis?
I don't understand why you don't just consider hiring Kathy Gorman, or put an interim tag on her and give her a shot. You like the interim tag, we've got an interim guy right here, right next to me, so why not make her an interim and see if it works out, and if it does, great, and if it doesn't, then see what you gotta do to find somebody. Maybe that's a
Motion on
pragmatic
the
way.
floor. It's
Yeah.
either yes or no.
Yeah, I'm gonna speak about that. So, I think that's the pragmatic way to approach this, and not waste over $10,000 of taxpayer money on a lark. to try to find some stooge that's gonna be your yes man. So I'll vote no.
Ms. Abdel-Kader?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so next we have approval of the February 7th, 2024 council minutes. Any changes, any corrections? Hearing none, is there a motion for approval?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second, Laura. Okay, and I'll put up to the floor. Does the public have any comments on our motion, or I can't talk now, on our minutes of February 7th? Yes?
You, might as well get a chair and sit here.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, I do really read the minutes, I mean the printed minutes,
The
okay?
draft ones?
Oh, yeah, of course, because they're not approved yet. But the bottom line is that there are lots of errors and flaws. I mean, you know, words misspelled. No, I shouldn't say lots. That's not quite correct. Do you seek those? Because as I go through them, I can certainly send them to you.
That would be a help.
I don't know whether you want them or not. I mean, you know, the videos show it all, but it is nice to scan through them
Right. Have
to
it
see
spelled.
what's said. And you do see, whatever. So that's what's.
Thank you. Anybody else have any public comment on the minutes?
Okay, Anita, roll call please.
Mr. Benonis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Abdel-Kader?
Yes.
Ms. Ray? Mr. Gilliam?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Where are the February 21st meetings?
I think we have ready.
Okay, moving on, we have Township Manager. Mark, did you have a report?
I do, actually have some very exciting news. Bids were opened on February 29th, a day that doesn't exist, for the Meadows Road Bridge project. They have been verified and are listed in ECMS, which is a PennDOT site under number 12286. The low bidder was Kinsley Construction and Company for a bid of $3,082,000. Construction should should break ground in late May or early June. So I know everyone has been waiting for many years for the Meadows Road Bridge project to begin. So that's an update on that.
Did you send out a little notice to everybody, letting them know that?
Yes.
Or put it on Facebook too?
Yep,
And that's with the county? That's the county bridge?
it's a PennDOT project.
Okay.
It's a county-owned bridge that PennDOT's administering with federal money and state and county money.
Also, the township plans to begin working on Reading Drive culvert next week. For the first part of the project, it'll just be partial shutdowns for when we need to. Also, the utilities are planning on doing their work the week of March 18th. After the utilities are complete with their work, again, that would be just partial shutdowns. Probably expect Reading Drive to be closed beginning in April for the culvert to be replaced. And we're hoping that to be about a 4-week project. That's all I have.
Okay. Junior council members are not here. Jason?
I think that's great news about the Meadows Road Bridge. That's consistent with what we were reporting in the fall of last year as the time frame. So it sounds like we'll have a new bridge in 2024.
On another construction project, estimated completion is September 16th, 2025.
2025.
For the Meadows Road.
For the Meadows Road Bridge.
Say that again?
September 2025.
September 2025.
September 2025. Thank you.
Long overdue. It's good news. All right, so I was contacted by some residents out on Eastern Road who are very upset with the efforts by Priscilla, Laura, and Victoria to rezone Easton Road. And we got one comment here from Denise Van Buskirk. Easton Road again, exclamation point, exclamation point. I just rewatched the Parks and Recreation meeting, and I'm thoroughly disgusted with the lack of information these people have about what transpires on a daily basis here on Easton Road. 2 exclamation points. The Truck traffic has increased over 5 years here, and the ball field was there all that time. Now that we want to go get out with our values intact, is Keith Mann who wants to recommend to switch it back. A resident of Easton Road, no. The interested developers are after Mockingbird Hill Road. Warehouses will not work on the lower Saucon tract that has been invested or looked into. There isn't enough room for the current codes to build warehouses. If anyone who lives in this section actually knows what is out there, there are no warehouses from Mockingbird Hill to Ringhoffer. There are all manufacturing plants. Suncup, Eastern Industries, Pando, UGI. Also, I had people who do not live here coming back to ask for signatures to revert it back, 4 exclamation points. Those people lied to almost anyone that said they wanted to stay, telling them everyone already signed it. I was asked and emphatically said, no, leave my property and go back to your mountain where none of this is your issue. They actually asked if we thought planting trees would be a solution. I thought to myself, are you blind? This whole area has trees in front of the buildings, and it does nothing for the beads going into steel towers or the trains all hours of the day and night. I'm so done with this crap, exclamation point. Get over yourselves and your vendetta to reverse everything that was done with the former council and work together. I have been also inquiring into our state representatives to look into the function of council since these women took over. Their bipartisan bullcrap is just that. It's what can we do to piss off the 2 left here with. They seem to be the only ones with any common sense in listening to what we want. Truly disgusted, Denise Van Buskirk. I won't share her address. And then, could you shut down the
He
crowd?
stopped, okay?
Well, why don't you be a little bit more reactive to when it happens?
You do what you do, I do what I do.
Yeah, well, you don't do it very well.
Well, I'm
honestly.
sorry, I don't meet your standards.
You didn't do it either. Everybody from the audience, please stop.
Miss DeLeon, you don't meet many standards. Easton Road. Hi, Jason. I just watched the Parks and Recreation meeting last night, and I'm highly disappointed in what they decided. Keith suggested to lower the speed limit and recommended council that they reverse the zoning. He says it is from a safety perspective only. However, it was told to him that most would get there by car, so the traffic will not affect the majority. Multiple other members also told that they should be 2 separate items because of the amount of residents that wanted to stay LM. Even residents that didn't want it before want to stay now. The traffic will not get better by canceling the development. It will actually get worse as empty warehouses fill up since they're not all occupied yet. Speed limit on Eastern Road, on this section of Eastern Road, is 45, not 40. Just to correct their information in the meeting, also it has been determined and even stated in council meetings that this section of Eastern Road will not accommodate warehouses, all capitalized and 5 or 6 exclamation points. So please, to all of the council, stop, all caps, 3 exclamation points. This debate is ridiculous. It's done, exclamation point. There is no reason to change it. You are all just wasting our time. Stop with all the childish drama and circus active meetings, exclamation point. The name calling, the rolling eyes, and the attitude. Please act your age and do what you were elected to do. Listen to us and what we need. So many of us that want out already have money invested elsewhere because this was put into action already. Enough is enough. The I'm going to do this in spite of the other members to get rid of their policies attitude needs to go. Thank you for your time. A very frustrated resident, Krista Buss. And I also heard from a resident about Town Library. And actually, the other members of the council were communicated, were copied on this. Actually, no, not all. Tom was not. Laura, Victoria, and Victoria only, and me. Hal, it saddens me that the council, except the men, do not seem to care about Hal's RTK right to know malfeasance. This is serious. Hal is basically breaking the law. The OOR, Office of Open Records, directed them to disclose records and they refused. Yes, it is their right to appeal, which they did. They are guilty of fraud in terms of providing book purchases to citizens tax-free and with the library discount rate. That is for certain. We don't know, and this was from Oscar Gray, we don't know what else because you are dropping your RTK lawsuit. Lower Saucon accepts fraud apparently and ignores it. But I guess that is PA in general, the 5th most corrupt state in the country. Ken Solt is a criminal. He sold cigarettes to minors when he was in Florida. That is public record, so not defamatory. But the good news is that other private citizens have RTK cases in common pleas against Hal. What will you do when they win? That was Oscar Gray. So, we just shared those comments. For those who were not familiar with the Parks and Rec meeting, here are some of the things that they now talk about, Parks and Rec. When I think about Parks and Rec, I think about playgrounds, ball fields, open space, dog parks, walking trails, things like that. So one of the things that they're talking about is invasive species, which seems like it's more appropriate for EAC, but apparently EAC doesn't want to get involved in the invasive species issues because they are too busy with the landfill issues. I'm not sure what they're doing with regard to the landfill. It takes them away from their core purpose in plant life, but whatever it is. So the focus of that invasive species conversation was that there are certain species of plants that are here in Pennsylvania, and presumably in Lower Saucon Township, that are not native to the community and that they take up resources. I don't know this, but perhaps those that are taking that position with regard to plants should take the same position with regard to an open border. And then in addition to that, there was some comment and interaction which I think this council should look into and take steps to address. Jerry Holland, who was appointed by this council at the beginning of January to this Parks and Rec Committee, took it upon himself to challenge the junior council person who was there, who was a high school student, a minor, and questioned him about what he thought about the Eastern Road ball field. And he said, I think it's great. My teammates, my baseball player friends and I are excited for it. And Mr. Holland apparently was not happy with that answer. So he proceeded to pivot the conversation and then question this minor, a high school student, about use of taxes to pay for this ball field. I think that's wholly inappropriate to have members of our committees interacting in that way that are confrontational and challenging to minors whose families they have entrusted to this township and this council to assure their well-being at both township council meetings and whatever other committees that they choose to serve on. I would hope that Mr. Holland would conduct himself in a better way. Mr. Holland had previously received support from this township with regard to the historical designation on the Wagner Farm. Perhaps he's upset because the new bridge is going in, this cul-de-sac is going away. I don't know. Whatever his reasons, it's wrong in my mind, and I think this council should enact a policy or consider enacting a policy as to how these individuals who were appointed by this council, and perhaps those that are still on these committees by appointments from prior councils, interact with these minors whose parents, I'm sure, expect their children to be treated better. And again, that's on video. I think that's all I have for this evening. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to my report. Somewhere I saw, I don't know how I got this, Northampton County Elections Office, they have 3 new drop-off ballot boxes. If we can post that on our election page. Do you want a copy of this page? Let me just announce where they are. So they're going to be at Washington Township Municipal Building, East Allen Township Municipal Building, the NCC Fowler Family Southside Center, and then and already there is the Northampton County Courthouse Rotunda, Northampton County Human Services Building on Emmerich Boulevard, Northampton County 911 Center in Nazareth, and Bethlehem City Hall in Bethlehem. Also, I did, the township received the February 21st DEP inspection report, and I'd just like to read some comments, because I was, this is like a follow-up to their NOD that they received. So this is also regarding the North Slope. Let's see, strong odors of landfill gas were again detected in the area. This is on the west side, I guess. Due to sporadic runoff on Riverside Drive after high storm events, these inspectors drove to the north slope to inspect said trap A, previously sediment basin number 7, prior to the northeast realignment, directly west of the maintenance shop. A 3 to 4 foot breach at the north end of the basin was observed. Fencing directly north of the basin was impacted by sedimentation, and only the top of 12 to 18 inches of the fence were visible. The department requests that BLC submit a plan to address the repair and maintenance of said trap A. The plan should also include an inspection and monitoring plan to address the stability, integrity, and maintenance of all stormwater BMPs considered sedimentation traps and/or level spreaders at a minimum monitoring inspection frequency as the sedimentation basin inspection frequency detailed in table 1 to 2 of BLC's Northern Alignment Soil Erosion and Sedimentation Control Plan narrative. And since the routine partial inspection report issued on January 30th, 2024, BLC has received 66 complaints of odors. Odor patrols were conducted by the department on January 30th, 24, January 31st, 24, 2/7/24, 2/8/24, 2/12/24, 2/21/24, 2/23/24, 2/26/24. And I'm only reading some of this stuff, I'm not reading all of the report. A notice of violation was issued to BLC on February 8th, 2024, which included, and it lists the Pennsylvania code that it was a violation of. And it goes on to list other ones that was also considered notices of violation included in the February 8th letter. And again, they talk about the breach on Riverside Drive. So I'm just putting this in the record, on the record. And that's all I have. Let's see, Victoria, do you want to go next?
I don't have any council report tonight, other than to reiterate my thank you to our first responders for their excellent response on Saturday, and to our manager for coming out that day and representing the township. On national news, I noted that, I guess because it's Norfolk Southern and, you know, the issues in Ohio, we made news on all the major news, national news stations at 6:30 News that, you know, you've known for a long time. And also news articles in the country of India. I mean, so it's rather interesting. So we're not famous. That's all I have to thank everybody.
And Lauren?
Yes, so I did attend the Parks and Rec meeting as liaison. I wasn't really gonna go into details because I know they made a few motions, they'll be sending letters of recommendation to council, so that'll be on our next agenda. But I will comment on a couple things that were said then, so I would not describe Jerry talking with the junior council members as a confrontation. There was, that makes it sound like there was an argument or he cornered him or something. He was talking to him about what he thought about the baseball field. So it didn't seem too questionable anyway. And then as far as the idea that was put out regarding the non-native plants, so trees specifically, I think it's a great idea. They do want to be looking at each of the parks with this in mind, so it's not just non-native, it's also non-native invasive. So those take up resources and displace native plants, which support wildlife and all the critters and all the bugs and everything else. So I think it's a great project. It's very related to the parks because that's where we can set an example that the public can access and see, and we'd like to get them involved in that. So I think it's going to be a great thing, and like I said, that'll be coming up on our next agenda. So on a different topic, I wanted to mention There's a plan called the Lehigh Valley Hazard Mitigation Plan. And they are currently, have that open for public comment through March 25th. It's a huge plan. It's like 400 pages long. It covers anything and everything that are natural and man-made hazards. So it's for all 62 municipalities in Lehigh and Northampton County. And like I said, it's a mitigation plan. So it's ideas, it's not how to prevent something from happening. It's not how to react when something happens, like the emergency we had. It's how to plan to make things less bad. So I would recommend, if you have any interest in any of the topics, it covers, like I said, everything. Have a look at the plan. The website is N as in Nancy, C as in cat, E as in engine, M as in Mary. So it's like Northampton County Emergency Management, I think is the acronym there, -pa.org. So the plan was originally drafted way back in 2006. They updated in 2013, again in 2018, and now it's due to update again. So they add things, look for input. I think it's I never knew that it existed, so it's a.
Yeah, I remember going over that over the years and putting the pipeline in, because that's when the Penny's pipeline was coming through.
Said it's natural and man-made hazards. So it makes you aware of what's going on all over in the Lehigh Valley and where you live. That's it.
And can I ask the manager if we received a copy of that plan for comment?
Don't know if we received a copy of the plan for comment. I think there was an email at one time about it.
Yeah, the plan's online. Like I said, it's 400 pages, and there's tons of maps and pictures and things in it. Yeah, probably
Why would we?
ream of paper.
We did our portion when they asked us to fill out our paperwork, but it was just general paperwork.
Since
for
the
the
recent
township.
train thing, maybe there could be. Okay, Laura, you finished, Laura?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I guess open up to public comment, non-agenda items, 5-minute time limit. And who wants to go first? Go ahead, Becky.
Margaret Zeglite, Ledgeville Road, Ellertown. I just want to start off by asking Laura if you could post that in the newsletter, that information, not all the pages, but just the contact information for the community.
Sure. Well, in the newsletter? I'm not
Or
sure.
online or something.
Yeah, I guess we can ask Carol to put it out on the Facebook post. I can give her the information.
That'd be great, yeah. I heard of the plan that you were talking about, and it's important, you know, because that's our future. So I just wanted to say that my husband and I realized that there have been numerous accidents on 412 and Apple Church Road. It's the corner where there's a house with huge boulders on the corner, and it's becoming more and more prevalent that accidents are happening there. Anyway, we looked at the speed limit along 412, and it seemed like because of the curve in 412 and how cars come up along that roadway, the only way to prevent maybe some of those accidents is to lower the speed limit. So I wanted to know, is this something that I would need to contact PennDOT about, or is it something that is regulated by the township?
Township council, we'd have to make that request to the township council. The township council would have to make that request to PennDOT.
Okay.
The problem with doing that is PennDOT will do a study of the traffic that is on that road, and they may raise, they go with the 80 percentile. So they may actually raise the speed limit.
Really?
Yes.
That would be devastating.
Correct.
We as a township have done, asked PennDOT to do various studies along Lightsville Road there. I don't remember how long ago, it was a while ago.
We have looked into this a little bit. But yeah, if we go that route, there is the chance
There's that
that
chance.
the speed limit will be raised.
Maybe put more turns ahead signs or something, I don't know.
It's a bad ask.
Thank you.
I'd just like the record to reflect that Jason Bononis left the meeting at 10:40. The minutes could reflect that. Next verse.
Bruce Petrie, Reddington Road. I'm sorry, Mr. Manonis left. He made a comment earlier about the meetings being posted when I said lack of transparency. The problem is not everyone can get off from work during the day. And so it was another attempt by the then council to hide what was going on by holding the meetings during the day rather than during the evening for full transparency. Furthermore, I wanted to point out to him that most government gets done behind closed doors. That's why they have doors on rooms. Just like last year when Drew Germanowski was nominated as the head of the Environmental Advisory Council, and Mr. Bononis said, I know what's going on here, so I'm gonna knock Drew off and appoint Mr. Croce. Well, unless Mr. Croce is an environmental attorney, he's not, he's FINRA. That was political, pure and simple. And you know what? I don't think that went for a vote. No one knew about that. And you know what? Mr. Croce's response, he didn't act surprised. So you telling me they didn't have that conversation behind closed doors? So, you know, disingenuous is disingenuous, okay? Ms. DeLeon, I'd also ask you to enforce Rule 15 on Mr. Bononis, which states comments should be substantive and not include any defamatory content and or personal attacks on the integrity of others, whether or not present.
I tried that tonight and you didn't listen to me.
Well, I think you need to use that gavel, but I'm not gonna say where.
Gaveling
But
is not gonna do anything.
anyway, so he referred to you as the cover-up girls. The audience is hand-picked stooges. And derangement syndrome. And the attorney for the landfill stated that there was no factual basis for pollution. Well, you know what there is factual basis of? They want to take out about 240 acres of mature forest. And tell me that's not going to have a factual effect on wildlife and fauna and native plants that are endangered in the area, and seeps and vernal ponds. That's a fact. That's not conjecture. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody want to go next?
Just wanted to say that, Andrea Witchin for the record, that there was some comment made earlier about whether the three newly elected members of council were going to assume that they were so brilliant that they could make the choice of the new manager. The correct response to that is elections have consequences, even if you don't like what the consequences are. So yes, I do expect that you ladies that we elected will make the ultimate choice on who the new manager is. Also, it's best practice in the business world to often use a third party, especially in tight payroll times when it's difficult to find people for certain jobs, to look for people to fill empty positions. I have done it many times in my business life. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but especially when you're looking for someone as a township manager, which is a very specific list of responsibilities and qualifications and years of experience, it would be more than appropriate to hire a firm who understands where that market is and where to find the people who might be available for that. So it's a perfectly reasonable business decision. Secondly, we did some, well, my next question is actually directed to the solicitor. I'm concerned about all of the information that Benonis blurted out about what he had gotten from his right to know request. I am the treasurer of Citizens for Responsible Development, Lower Saucon Township, and the content of some of what he said sounded like it was content from emails that were passed between other leaders of CRD LST, and they were not in between people who at the time were township council people. And I believe that that violates our expectation of privacy. As a 501c3, we are not any kind of a public agency, and we are not subject to right to know requests. So I would like to know who I speak to put in place a complaint about the fact that he apparently just divulged conversations that were private to the 501c3 CRD LST. Is that an acceptable practice?
If the record was obtained through the Right to Know Act, and it was obtained in that way, he has a right to utilize it at that point.
How did it get into the...
We're not gonna have this conversation here. I'm not gonna have this conversation with you.
Okay, who do I speak to about this? Because I'm extremely concerned about the violation of our privacy as a group.
You'd have to either go through, normally what you'd have to do is you'd have to make some sort of private claim against the person who does that type of thing. If there is some sort of, privacy violation. The problem is, and I wanna, I'm not your lawyer, but your personal subjective expectation of privacy is not necessarily the legal expectation of privacy.
It's not my personal one.
Okay, I'm not gonna argue with you.
It's the organization's concern of privacy. Is that acceptable? Because I'm waiting on a right to know that's held up, because parts of it are going to be redacted. Now, why weren't those others redacted with information that personally was related to the organization? All right, thirdly, before I run out of time, we have done some calculations. It costs us $9 per minute to run these meetings, these council meetings. That includes the cost of all of the paid people in this room. We do not include the cost of the building and the infrastructure. So tonight I got the stopwatch started, and Mr. Benonis, with his lies, prevarications, and off-subject...
Don't be disparaging.
It is not, it is factual. Spoke for 39 minutes, which cost this township $351. I intend to keep track of this at every meeting going forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Andrea. Next.
Good job, Andrea. Marco's back.
Address the chair, please, Mark. You can't talk to the audience. Sorry, the rules.
Our rules were meant to be broken. I am addressing the chair. I addressed the chair in thanking Andrew. There should be a way to make Mr. Bananas stay here and not leave early, because frankly, I'd like to get him to answer some questions, which he won't answer, but he'll have to in front of a judge. So,
You're not supposed to be talking to each other. You were out of order. You're right. Okay. Sorry.
you just asked me if that was a threat.
Why don't you continue? What else would you like to tell us?
was gonna ask Kathy Gorman if she would be interested in answering. If she is actually interested in Mark's position, it's up to her. I mean, if she's
She doesn't have to
interested,
answer that.
then- Oh, I'm not, I know you don't have to answer it. I'm curious as a person.
If you're asking it rhetorically, that's fine, it just,
You know, but, I mean, I would think with all the time she put in, if she's interested, then capable of doing the job, then so be it. And apparently, Mark does exemplary work, but then complains about his right to know request that got refused, probably for legal reasons, same reasons mine get refused for legal reasons. It's good to know that the DEP is after the dump and doing their job. And I would tend to disagree with the landfill lawyer. Names forget me at the moment. But, when Bull Run goes run over and it goes down and shoot down there and outside the gun club that's all busted up and not taken care of or covered. And, you know, someday some kid might fall in there, then the landfill's gonna have another issue. But, yeah, it goes into the river. I call it pollution. Everybody wants to restrict my speech here, so I'm not allowed to talk about stuff. Have a nice night. Thanks all for coming.
Thank you. Anyone else? I think you want to go last, right? You usually want to go last. No, you can go, Carol. He likes going last.
Carol Riley Makos.
You want to put the mic down, please?
Carol Riley Makos. So I just wanted to address you guys with some current issues I have. I live on Riley Lane, which is parallel to I-78, which is also parallel to Easton Road. I went and spoke to all of the neighbors in my neighborhood because that is where I have lived for 36 years. And before that, the land that I currently live on has been in my family for over 200 years. So I am very aware of my surroundings. When I was talking to my neighbors, some of the concerns that we had were all of the lights over in Bethlehem, where all the warehouses and things are. And I wanted to know, is there a way that our township can talk to Bethlehem about the lights? I did speak to somebody that lives on Easton Road that has a child. He told me that the lights were shining right into their bedroom. He did go over there and talk to them, and they did turn it so that it does not shine into the bedroom anymore. So I also want to know if the train needs to blow their whistle every hour or every 2 hours or whatever it is in the middle of the night, in the early morning time. I also wanted to talk about the trees that line Easton Road. They are dying, they are dead, and a lot of the residents there want to know who is responsible for them. When Bethlehem Steel owned the property, Bethlehem Steel took care of all of the trees. They spoke with the neighbors, they had very good reputation back and forth. So the trees are dying. Since Mr. Bononis left yet again the meeting, when it's always my turn to speak, and he said that we have such an excess of money. I am a taxpayer. I would like for that money to be spent to go along Easton Road, get rid of all the dead trees, and put up nice, big trees that will cover some of the parts of the warehouses for the residents that do live across the streets from them. I also have a bunch of people who have signed saying that they would like Easton Road reversed, back to residential slash agricultural, whatever it is. Now, I know that there are some people that want to move because their windows are vibrating, because the trucks are getting stuck and turning around in their driveway, because their view is no longer the view of the country, which is what it was before. So with that being said, I also want to know if there's a way, since we are light manufacturing right now, if there is a way that we can determine what goes in there. So, as Mr. Winona said, did he send in Eric or Chris, whichever, send in the email saying, oh, it's not big enough for warehouses, blah, 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 blah. Well, I would like to know then what would go there, and can we put a stipulation into our light manufacturing that there are no warehouses, no storage facilities, no cell towers, small businesses, personal things that people can do out of their home or aside of the road. So that's all. And I would like to submit these at a later time because I'm still working on my book.
Okay, and I would like to ask our manager if he can look into the lights, the train whistle and the trees, because if the trees are dying on.
Yes, so some of the people that I've talked to in the neighborhood are actually, one person actually had the tree fall across the road and actually crashed their car. And another person that lives there does tree trimming, and he told me that we walked through and he told me what trees were dead. And he said that, that they need to be all taken out and, nice trees planted.
Usually when they develop that lot, those lots, they had to put screening in and stuff, so maybe the developer's still responsible for them, or I don't know.
I also talked to another resident on Easton Road that used to work at Waylight, and when he worked there, he said that there's a fence there and all that, and when he worked there, they weren't allowed near the fence or anything like that, and now he said to me, and look at, and now there's a building in the wetlands. I know it's federally owned, but something is not right there. And I know that the buildings are there and we can't really take them down, but we really need to give the residents some peace. Not everybody wants to move. Clearly, I have all these signatures. But for those people that are staying, I really think that the township needs to work with Bethlehem and see what we can do to kind of minimize. Everything is contingent on something with the sale of those lots and stuff. And if people don't understand what that means, that would be on them, but I will say that in the March meeting last year, there was a man that stood up and said, anybody that wants to sell their property should really have a professional look over it because it is contingent on other things. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mark, I'll talk to you about this tomorrow. Okay.
And I might recommend you can definitely go to the Bethlehem City Council meetings and bring up your concerns there. They're very welcoming to public comment, and you don't have to be a Bethlehem resident.
That's a good point. Did you want to speak to?
Kevin Riley Rice. So I also went around and spoke to a lot of the residents that don't live on Easton Road, but use it as their primary mode of transport. And they have encountered numerous traffic problems with tractor trailers getting caught on the bridges and damages to the bridges. So a lot of them want better signage or posting that trucks aren't allowed on that road. And they shouldn't be, they should be cited and fined for being on that road. So I haven't seen any enforcement on that. The tractor trailers drive up and down freely and seem to not be hindered at all. So, residents that want to stay need to have some form of protection. I'm not trying to ruin anyone's deal. They have a right to leave, but they don't have the right to ruin the area for the people that remain there and cause problems for that. When I look out my bedroom window every night, I see nothing but a vast field of warehouse wasteland, and I don't want to see any more of that. The lights already shine through my window, and I don't even need to turn lights on in my house to walk up my driveway or go anywhere else. It's locked in. Yeah. It's in a perpetual state of twilight at my house, and it's ridiculous. And I understand that that's Bethlehem Township, and we can go and discuss that with them, but I don't want to see the same type of stuff put up over here. So, I would like to see restrictions on building size, hours of operation restrictions, and lighting restrictions, maybe a noise ordinance on any large-scale company that wants to move in there. I have no problem with people opening their own businesses and, making a life for themselves. But I have a problem with them disregarding the safety and well-being of the people that want to stay, because that's not fair to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I believe, is there anyone else? Because Mr. Kamal likes to go last. So, okay, sir, would you like to go before this?
Dave Luann, for the record. The gentleman just asked about more warehouses in Bethlehem. I did see an article but about several weeks ago. The council had rejected some new applications. They said enough is enough, that's condensed. So if he's interested, he might go look at that article up and see where it is. The other thing is if Laura Ray would post the URL for this voluminous report, that would really be helpful. And if you could maybe, Mark,
We'll put it up.
yes, somewhere related to this meeting, so we could go and look in when we get done. I do that myself, after I record all of the things that are said at the meeting, and yada, yada, yada. But it's nice when some long URL appears there. So that's just helpful, because I'd like to read it. I do all the time. One thing this council didn't measure, Stephen, is that methane from the landfill. Has anybody read about that, Laura Ray? About the methane coming off the landfill and what they're going to do with it?
Yeah, I know they want to convert it to energy.
Not only do they want to, my understanding is they have a contract with none other but Atlanta and some others. Do you think that's significant? Does anybody think that's significant? I think there were like 20,000 homes. Don't answer, right? That's okay. It's okay. That's why I bring it up, because we really don't get the other side, okay? It's the bad side of whatever you want to choose. Not so good. And in terms of what Mrs. DeLeon said about the PADEP report, that'd be also helpful. You're talking about it and you're showing it and all. Mark puts all these other things up. If you could put.
It will be up online, but
No.
the girl that does it was off this week, so it'll be on there, so.
And that's probably a woman that does it, but I won't argue with you about that. But I can't respond to something that you're saying if I haven't seen it yet. So at the end, you ask me for, hey, can you respond to me about this, all right? I see the DEP reports, and there's 120 items, and they all pass, but there's this item here that, where's that? Well, I just got it. Well, that doesn't work so well, okay? That's not a good thing. At least I don't think so. And then finally, let's see here. Mr. Sutton reported about a month or two ago about this clear logging thing. I might have alluded to it before, I have to get a FOIA report to get it, okay? And he's talking about clear cutting 100 acres. Where is our EAC on this? Is that an EAC thing, or do they just clear cut it and the dirt and the silt roar down the hill because it's all, and that's okay because that's not a landfill issue. That's not appropriate, guys, come on. If you're gonna be, after one group for having erosion, and the other one gets to walk away. And the thing I'd really like to know is whoever clear cut this, and that's his words, I believe that's correct. I'd like to know what is the requirement, and EAC should be able to tell me that in a heartbeat, and both of these ladies here have been at these meetings. What's the requirement, if any or none, to plant new hardwoods? I'm not talking about junk trees. Is that what we're gonna do? Just rape the land, let erosion right into the Oh, the good old Lehigh along with the sewage, that's okay? No, I don't think so. But nobody seems to say boo about that. He had all these pictures and everything else and was told, no, that's the DEP, they control everything. That's a defeatist attitude. And I'd like to see something done about that. Just not right. Also, nobody seems to mention in these reports about this. They talk about leachate, and they say, oh, we have evidence.
You need to wrap it up. It's
Oh,
time
yeah,
to
you're
go.
right, I do. But nobody talks about the agreement between Bethlehem and all these buildings that cover over the sites that were toxic sites, to say the least. I think somebody needs to start looking at that, because that comes right out into the river too. Nobody says anything about that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, if there's no other, comments?
There are.
Oh,
No, you're not the last, Dave.
I didn't know you had to get a reservation to be the last speaker. I have all the references for where I obtained this information. However, if you want it, you'll have to do the research just as I have. Then again, you could take Lazyway out and submit about 1,000 Freedom of Information requests. At the Lower Saucon Township quarterly landfill meeting, Jason Venona stood at this podium extolling the virtues of the landfill. He stated the landfill had no violations in the previous quarter, but I'll get to that in a minute. On January 11th, 27th, 30th of 2024, the DEP performed routine inspections and investigated complaints. During the inspections, it was revealed the landfill was in violation of the Solid Waste Management Act, blah, blah, blah. It was noted, excuse me, that the landfill had elevated methane gas readings, fissures, and multiple leachate seepage areas. It was also determined that the landfill had failed to take prompt action. Some of those concerns dating back to January of 2022. This has all been thoroughly documented by the DEP. As a result of the January 27th, 2024 investigation, the landfill was found to be in violation of maintaining proper intermediate cover, which resulted in the odor complaints that launched the investigation. On January 30, 2024, in response to persistent complaints of odors, the DEP realized odors consistent with those detected on Apple Butter Road, Johnston Avenue, Madison Avenue, Main Street, Mixel Avenue. Imagine this, Riverside Drive and Saucon Avenue. Odors were present at the residence of 4 complainants. 3 violations were cited in the report and a notice given to remedy these problems. The landfill lawyer stood at this podium shortly after the landfill meeting and proclaimed that the 504 part per million and 540 parts per million were only minor violations. She also stated that there were only 2 exceedances. She is making a very misleading statement. As a DEP is not able to test each and every day. They don't have the resources, and the lawyer is very well aware of this fact. There could well have been multiple days of violations. She also questioned why people are so upset the landfill was at least improving. The parts per million were lower than they were in November. November? Wait, what? How could the excessive limits caught in January be lower than those in November unless November's numbers were actually higher? And how could a council member stand at this podium and state there'd been no violations in the last quarter when the landfill lawyer unwittingly admitted that November limits were higher than in January? Now, last time I checked, November was still in the last quarter of 2023. The average human nose detects these gases at 10 parts per million. So at 504 and 540 parts per million, the so-called minor exceedances, you can only imagine how putrid that smell is. That's unless you live in or pass through the area, then you don't have to imagine because you live it. Mr. Caroci accused me of lying about detecting odors at one of these meetings, yet when the DEP responded to complaints registered by others, the same odors that I was accused of lying about were what led to the landfill being notified of violations. It all begs the question, who's really hiding things and lying to the people of Lower Saucon Township? Thank you.
Thank you.